This is chapter 1 of the Ridiculously Effective Parenting Training. What have we already covered in the sales page, which was immediately before this, and the landing page before that? We said, you are not alone. I'm going to be with you as you learn to parent a child who can be difficult, to say the least. In some cases, nearly impossible. What children need more than anything else in the world is unconditional love, real love, and we're not very good at giving it to them. We prove we don't love them unconditionally every time we're impatient, frustrated, or irritated with them. When we're angry with our children, including impatient, frustrated, and so on, we're saying, I don't love you. And they're hearing that. We talked about that in the sales page and in the landing page. But there is hope. When we learn to find unconditional love ourselves and share it with our children, they heal. And then they no longer have a need to act out in whatever way, anger just being one of them. In the page before this, I asked this question. Do you want to play the guitar or just a single piece? Actually, that was the question my friend was asked by his guitar teacher. Then I asked you, similarly, do you want to be a real parent, a ridiculously effective parent, actually, or do you just want to learn how to control a single behavior? Parenting is loving and teaching, which I will be modeling for you. I will be showing you what it looks like, not just talking about it. You will never be alone again as you learn this. We previously talked about teaching how to implement a no whining policy, none, and how that relates to all other behaviors. We talked about how the key to parenting is you being loving and you being consistent. All unproductive behaviors come from the I don't love you wound. I'm going to repeat that because we're going to say it so many times and in different ways. All unproductive behaviors come from the I don't love you wound that we inflicted on them. And prior to this, we talked about how children continue behaviors only if they are rewarded for them. So now, what are we going to learn in chapter 1, this chapter? We're going to talk about the need for real love and what it's like to live without it. We're going to talk about how parenting is the single most important job on earth, and we're not trained for it, which seems a little insane. We're going to talk about interpreting the behavior of children, knowing what they need instead of just labeling their behavior, which is minimally to not productive at all. We're going to talk about defining real love, what every child needs most but tends not to receive. We're going to talk about the primary wound in every child and what follows, what I call post-childhood stress disorder. We're going to talk about how you can learn to love and help your children. And finally, we're going to talk about how you can learn to make real choices instead of just reacting to pain, which is what pretty much everybody does, including your child. Now, that's a lot of stuff to learn in one chapter. Each of the 9 chapters or sections of this training contain a lot of information. Learning how to be a parent is more important than learning to be a surgeon or a rocket scientist. So how could it not involve a lot of new information and time to digest it? You don't have to consume an entire chapter at once. Go as far as you can until you begin to tire, because it's a lot to take in. Then stop. Mark the time where you were in the chapter and resume later. Relax. This is a process that takes intention, time, and practice. You're about to learn how to be a better parent than you ever thought possible. In fact, you're about to change the world. I'm not kidding. I repeat, you are about to change the world for you, for your children, for your family, and others. As you become a better parent, you will make a greater, more lasting impact on the world than with anything else you'll ever do. Anything. Now, why tell you all this? So that you have some element of hope. You can do this. Nearly everyone watching now has reached a place where, one, a particular problem has become impossible. An unhappy child, you've lost peace, the family's in an uproar, your marriage is affected. Two, you've reached a plateau where you're not ready to commit your child to jail, but you want more out of your relationship with your child than you have. Three, you're frustrated by an endless series of crises and events that need solutions that you simply never learned. Take a breath. Parenting wasn't meant to be impossibly difficult. Wasn't. I'm going to teach you how to unconditionally love your children and teach them. This is where nearly all parents go wrong. They do one or the other. They love, spoil, or teach, lecture. In fact, it becomes one word, love and teach, because you have to do the two simultaneously. Unconditional love is far more rare than you might suppose, but you'll recognize it as soon as we talk about it. In fact, I'm doing it with you right now, caring about your happiness, loving you, and teaching you at the same time. I'll teach you how to become a real parent. Everything else is caretaking. If we don't love and teach our children, they become little more than pets. Here's the broad outline, which won't entirely make sense in the beginning. Saying that I'll teach you parenting is much like saying I'll teach you mathematics. That's a really big field. There are lots of steps, and they are interrelated. I'll be teaching you the guiding principles that will make you happy. That has to be first. And in turn, help your children to feel loved and to become loving, responsible, and happy themselves. The obvious question is, why don't we do this already? Why don't we unconditionally love our own children? I mean, they're ours with no disappointment, impatience, irritation, and teach them exactly how to grow up loving and happy. Simple answer, because we don't know how. There's no blaming. Why don't we know how? Or, fair to ask, do we know how? That one's easy. Nah. Take a look around the world at the anger, addiction, suicide, violence, dishonesty, the political divisiveness, the sexual assaults, the hundreds of other unproductive behaviors. Just take a look at the news and ask yourself if we already know how to be unconditionally loving to anybody, much less teach this to our children. No, we don't. The irony is that we think that all of these problems I just named, anger, addiction, suicide, violence, and so on, the news, we think they're all separate problems. So people get shot and then we start a program. Hashtag never again. People get sexually molested, so we start a program. Hashtag me too. I read an extensive magazine article about the incidence of rape and how it's increasing on college campuses in the country. And so that started a movement. What we're looking for is the solutions for symptoms, not the real problem. What is the real common denominator of all the problems that I've named so far? The one that we're not talking about, the real problem. It's not in guns or gun control or rape or crime or any of those things, which are all symptoms. The common denominator is people in all the problems I've been talking about. Every person behaving badly, in addition, started off as a child raised by, wait for it, parents. The other common denominator. Children are not genuinely raised. They're not loved unconditionally and taught the principles of happy living. But nobody is talking about that. When I read the extensive article, for example, about rape in Time magazine, it was the cover article, big red colored with rape across the front, and they talked about reporting and what situations are like at college and people carrying whistles and having classes about sexual harassment. It went on and on and on. And after reading all of those pages, and I was looking closely, not one time in the article did they use the P word, parents. Not one time. And yet every one of those kids involved were raised by a parent. Never again, guns. We think gun control is the answer. And yet in Rwanda in 1994, 1 million people were killed in 100 days without a gun. No guns, just knives. But they were all raised by parents who did not teach them how to feel unconditionally loved. It's obvious that we're not being taught at a young age how to be happy. All behaviors that we call bad are due to the lack of love. And as we've said in the landing page, happy people do not get angry and all those other problems that we've talked about. So again, why don't we already teach our children to feel loved and to be loving, responsible, and happy? Because one, we were not taught how. Where's the class that you attended on parenting when you were in school? We were taught geometry and history and other things that most of us have never used again in our lives. And two, we've never seen parenting as it could be done. Never have. I never did. Not on a single occasion did I see children who were unconditionally loved and taught by any parent I ever saw. Nor did I see any evidence of it in the children that I knew. And that's what we're going to learn here. One, I will teach you principles of parenting, loving and teaching, one word, and many others. Two, I'll show you how it's done with practical situation after practical situation, on and on. I'll show you how it's applied here in the training and on the website that we're creating to support this, realloveparents.com, which I described on the sales page. It's not going to be what you anticipate. Well, how could it be? It's different from everything else out there, or you'd already be doing it. It's not the typical one, description of the problem, and two, how to handle the problem, how to modify the behavior of children. It's not like learning mathematics or science or medicine. It's about learning what children need, how they don't get it, why they don't, and how you can learn to give it to them. I will not be giving you a typical linear lecture. Section A, then B, then principle C, D, E. It's not linear. It's not like mathematics, where you learn addition, then subtraction, then multiplication, then division, then algebra, then geometry, then calculus, and then blah, 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 and on and on. It might even seem at times like I'm wandering around, like I'll go off on tangents and you'll wonder where we're going. I'm not wandering around. This is a long, intensive, interconnected experience that we're going to have. Stay with me. Whatever I'm teaching you in the moment might not seem practically applicable to you and your child in this moment. Oh, but it will, as you put all of this together, because it all interconnects. We're building a new way of living. I'm teaching you the course of life, life being all caps, that we all should have gotten as children, well, or as adults for that matter, but never did. Learning parenting is like putting together a car from scratch. Now, by from scratch, I mean from iron ore, from unmolded plastic, from silica to make glass, from copper to make wires, and on and on. You have to learn a lot before we can even begin assembling the parts of the car. How to make a fire hot enough to smelt ore to make metal, how to alloy, how to make plastic, how to mold, how to find sand or the right kind of silica in it, how to heat it, how to add silica and lime, how to float glass on molten metal. That's a lot. Before you can build a car, we take all that for granted when we just roll the windows up and down, don't we? Learning parenting requires that kind of intense and multi-step preparation and diligence on your part and mine. So what I'm saying is this: hang on. We're getting where you want to go. I'll describe a step you want to take or need to take, and then I'll illustrate an example of it. And then you'll practice it in real life. And then you'll come back for more answers and illustrations, and you'll practice again. It's an astonishing journey, seemingly impossible at times, but unbelievably rewarding. One parent said this, quote, "I had no idea how little I knew, or how much I was guaranteeing my kids' unhappiness. Loving and teaching correctly is a different way of living. It's not just information, it's a different way of living. It works. Sometimes I still want to pull out my hair, or theirs for that matter, but real love is better than everything else I've tried by a lot," end quote. As one woman said after reading the book, Real Love in Parenting, quote, "What you teach," she was referring to me, "what you teach in the book is the map, but you still gotta go on the trip, and the training has made all the difference," end quote. She's right. It's a trip. I don't know a job more difficult at times than being a good parent, but we get no help. Nothing, in fact. We're about to go on a journey here of discovery and learning that will revolutionize not only the way you parent, but the way you are in the world. Sometimes that's difficult, mostly because we make it difficult as we resist what is unfamiliar. But I can tell you this, it works. In fact, it has been my experience that the only people who lose with real love in parenting are the ones who quit. Because it's the truth, because it works. As I said, there is no job in the world more important than being a parent, and yet we were not trained. We learned algebra, history, and languages. But where was the education for being a great parent? Nothing. Imagine a nuclear engineer or surgeon or military general with no training. People would die, perhaps lots of them. But not one of these jobs is more important than yours. as a parent. You mostly determine how your children will see the world and themselves, which will influence everything they do for a lifetime. All day long, I see and talk to and interact with and counsel adults who are dealing with the effects of how they were taught, what they were taught, or what they were not taught by their parents. That's just about all I do. Your job is that important, and yet you are not trained. We can see the results of the lack of that training in our children. How could we not see it? If both pilots of a commercial jet died during a flight, for example, and they plucked somebody randomly from the fifth row to fly the plane, I would anticipate that we would not get a good landing. How could we? It proves the need for training and education. The same with a surgeon or any other job requiring a lot of training. And it is the same with parenting. Our children are not bad. We're not bad. We do our best. I really believe that as parents, but we just don't know all their needs or how to fill them. We've really tried. Oh my, have we tried to do the right things. But somehow, now we have a child who is angry, difficult, cutting, withdrawn, irresponsible, addicted to electronic devices, alcohol, drugs, or porn, or living in the basement at age 40 or much older. I'm going to read that list again. We end up with a child who's angry, difficult, cutting, withdrawn, frustrating, irresponsible, addicted to any number of things like electronic devices, alcohol, drugs, or porn, or is still living in the basement when we're 70 years old. Your child is in that list somewhere. This idea that a misguided child ends up screwed up as an adult is not new. It's existed from the beginning of time. In the early 1700s, a famous writer named Alexander Pope said this: "As the twig is bent, the tree is inclined." In modern English, if you bend a tree while it's a tiny twig or sapling, no matter how strong the species of tree, the mature tree will have that same shape. I actually did this in my backyard. I took an oak tree that was maybe 1 foot high, and I bent it over at a 45-degree angle with a piece of light string, in fact, dental floss. When an oak is the thickness of a small twig, this is easy, and it stays that way. When an oak is mature, I have some trees in my backyard that are 100 feet tall and 15 feet around and 200 years old. You don't bend those with anything. Much as most adults are incapable of genuine change without very dramatic events. Cancer, heart attack, death of a loved one, or huge volumes of intensive and experienced help. Back to the bent twig. After bending it, I watched the tree continue to grow vertically from the place where I had put the string to bend it over. The tree grows with that deformity all the way through the remainder of its life, much like you see in this photo. You can see the time in the growth of this tree where it was bent, and then whatever bent it was removed, and now it continues to grow vertically. The effects of childhood are very similar to anything we might do to a new sapling. We change the tree or the child, usually forever. That is how powerful we are as parents. And now you're going to learn how to wield this unspeakable power in ways that benefit your child, that can straighten the tree in a way that you can help him or her to be genuinely happy. And in the process, you get to be happy. You can learn to help your child. You can learn how to become a powerful, peaceful, and happy parent, raising happy and responsible children. In the beginning, as you learn about your responsibilities to your children, you might feel a little overwhelmed. I know a woman who told me that after reading the first third of Real Love and Parenting, she knew that she was learning what she'd been looking for. She knew that it was true, and then she wanted to throw up because she realized how far off course she'd been all these years with her kids. Similarly, you might think, wow, there's a lot to learn. Wow, did I ever not do what I could or should have done with my kids? Yeah, stop it. Get over it. You have the world's most important job, and now you're learning it. And no surprise here, that takes time and faith, practice, and lots of mistakes. I can remember at age 10 wanting to be a surgeon. There were a million steps from being an inexperienced and uneducated 10-year-old to the time where I could do complicated, life-restoring operations with ease and confidence on people, sometimes doing operations that had never been done before, and for years teaching at medical schools. How did I accomplish that? One step at a time. One class, one page of reading, one line of reading, one dissection, one shift in the emergency room, one observation of an operation being allowed to do one step of an operation. You will learn one step at a time, too. We'll describe some of the problems of parenting and childhood, and then we will get to the solutions. Be patient with yourself as you learn. If you really want a happy child, the foundation is a happy parent. That's you. It's all about you learning how to be a parent who loves and teaches, instead of nagging, worrying, manipulating, being manipulated, being bullied, as many parents are by their own children, being impatient and angry, worrying, fussing, getting angry, and more. And you're going to learn all of that to love and teach your children here. You're going to hear that phrase a lot, love and teach. Many years ago, my 3-year-old brother fell off a dock into a lake. My mother freaked and stood there screaming, watching her son dying. Just freaking and screaming. She didn't get in the water. She was just watching him die. Why? Because she didn't know how to swim. And she was far too terrified to jump into the water. She just was frozen, other than the screaming and waving of her arms. I still remember that part. She certainly didn't know how to save him from drowning. Did she care about him? Sure. Did she care about him a lot? Yes. Would she, had she been calm and conscious, have given her life for her son? Yes. Did she want to help? Yes. But she didn't know how. So she panicked and did nothing. Some distance away, I heard the screams, and I was 6 or 7 years older. I did know how to swim, so I jumped in and dragged him to safety. My brother would have drowned because my mother didn't know how to swim and help him. Now, how did I know how to swim? But she didn't. I took lessons at the YMCA, and she's the one who insisted that I take the lessons. In the moment my brother was drowning, there was no lack of desire on my mother's part, but her ignorance would have killed him. And that's what happens when our children are dying emotionally, spiritually, and even physically. They drown because, as much as we want to, we don't know how to help them. We really did not know how to effectively parent our children. We were not taught. And yet, worse, we do believe that we know how to parent. 3 questions. Question 1. Remember, I just said that we believe that we know how to parent. Why is that belief fatal to our children and to us? First, there is not knowing something and knowing that we don't know that thing. That's not a problem, because if there's something I don't know and I know I don't know it, I can always learn it. I can make choices, learn it, not learn it. There are plenty of choices. But then there's not knowing something and not knowing that we don't know it, which is way worse, because then we can act like we know it and we have no reason to learn it. Imagine a pilot with the above 2 possibilities. If he doesn't know how to fly and knows he doesn't, then he gets to go to flight school and he can decide to become a pilot. If he doesn't know how to fly and doesn't know that he doesn't know how to fly, then somebody could stick him in the seat and he could kill us all. Second question. So why do we believe that we can parent when we have no training nor demonstrated ability? Because people usually believe not what is true, but what they want to be true. It becomes our identity for many of us to be good parents, and it's very threatening to have anybody tell us that we don't know how. Third question. How do we know that we're not effective parents? Well, you wouldn't be here if you were. You wouldn't have angry children or children who have many of the other problems that we talked about. As I said on a previous page, the sales page, before we began training in chapter 1, happy children simply do not get angry or rebellious or fight or use drugs or get addicted to video games, and on and on and on. Happy kids just don't do that. So what can you do about learning to help your child? You've already begun the process right here. You can also trust me when I say this. You don't ever have to be alone again as a parent. I've said that before. But doing something, I say it more than once because we do feel lonely as parents. Our children do something, and where do we turn to for tips? In the process of writing the book, Real Love in Parenting, I read, probably the top 20 parenting books that were out at the time. And I found the word love in the index out of 20 books. Just found the word love once out of 20 books. They talked about everything else, but not love, which is the thing our kids need. I'll be helping you. Other parents and coaches will be helping you on the website that we've talked about, realloveparents.com and more. It is a key to everything that you trust that you can learn, that this is not impossible, that things really can change. An example of trusting. Because many people can't define trust. What does that look like? Many years ago, I was a scout leader, and I intentionally took the boys on really difficult adventures. In fact, to them, they appeared to be life-threatening adventures. Why? Why would I do that? So that they'd get some crazy skill so that they would die? No, because you can love a child unconditionally, but you cannot give a child confidence unconditionally. So my goal was to put them in situations that would be very difficult, where they would succeed or fail and get back up, which is what develops confidence. What the boys didn't know is that when I would take them on these adventures, I would find an expert somewhere who would take me on an adventure like rappelling or whitewater canoeing or caving or whatever. So when I took the boys, I'd only done it once before. On one occasion, I was taken by a professional caver to a cave that was extraordinarily difficult. Like, picture an ant mound in its complexity. It went really deep. There were so many turns in this cave that people had died in this cave. In fact, they finally, used concrete and a steel box to shut up the opening of the cave, and only the members of the caving club had a key. I'm not especially fond of really tight spaces, but I wanted to take the boys caving, so I went with this guy who took me, and he took me through some things that were just nuts. Through 100-yard tunnels that were so narrow that the only way to get through is to stick your hands out in front of you. You couldn't get up on your elbows or your knees, and lie flat and move with your fingers and toes, which gives me the creeps just thinking about. But you know, the whole time that I was in this cave, and we were there for a long time, we descended what looked like the bottomless pits that you see in movies. It was one crazy cave. The whole time I was there, I wasn't afraid. Why? Because at the opening door of the cave, I made a decision to trust him. Not to trust all the principles of caving, not to trust all the things about the rope, not to trust all the directions that we'd go, not to trust him from minute to minute and ask him questions and have him prove to me that I could trust him. Nope. At the beginning, I decided to trust him. And after that, it was easy. I just followed him. Why did I follow him? 2 reasons. He'd already proved his expertise. He was a professional caver. And I had absolutely no reason to suppose that he didn't care about my life. There was no reason to suppose that he was trying to kill me, so he cared about me, at least about my physical safety, and he was an expert. What am I suggesting? I'm not better than anybody else. But just like the guide in the cave, I do know a lot about some things. And one of those is parenting, as thousands of parents can attest. And 2, I do care about you. No matter how far away you are, irrespective of my knowing you personally. Why? Why would I care about you when I haven't even met you? Because there's nothing more important than you're raising your child. And I care about helping you do that. For that matter, I care about you just because you breathe, just because you are. This is too important not to care about. You are too important not to care about. So, what am I saying? Just take my hand. Follow me like I did the guy in the cave. I've done this before. This whole parenting training is for that. Now, earlier I asked, so what can you do about learning to be a parent? And I said, 1, don't feel alone. And 2, you will immerse yourself in learning how to be a parent. Read Real Love in Parenting, the book. Join the website, realloveparents.com. You get 6 months free just because you purchased this training and you're watching it. And watch hundreds of hours of material about raising children. Read Real Love and PCSD, the book, which you can learn more about by going to the website, reallove.com. It will teach you things about yourself that have never occurred to you. It will explain a whole lot of things. Many people, as they read Real Love and PCSD, write me and say, I'm just bawling here as I read this book. Read the other books on marriage and victimhood and more. And there's much described in the next chapter about these things. And watch this parenting training over and over again. You'll watch a chapter and you'll think, okay, I've got that. And then you'll go to apply it, and then you'll come back and you'll watch the chapter again and go, wow, I didn't get any of that. Because each time, there are some books that are favorites to me. And each time I read the book, I think, that wasn't there the first time. Yeah, it was. I just wasn't ready to learn it. You'll discover that with each chapter of this training. See them over and over again, and you'll get more out of them each time. There are many more assets that I'll describe, We'll be having advanced parenting seminars to answer all your questions live in person. These are gold. I will sit with you and answer questions until you fall asleep. We'll have parenting conference calls specifically for you. You'll be participating in parenting groups live and online to talk to parents who are learning just like you. Until we dedicate ourselves to be real parents, to be effective parents, ridiculously effective parents, to learn how, we have no right to complain about the behavior of our children, ever. I hear parents sit around and complain about their children, and I don't hear a word about what they're doing about it to genuinely help, other than complain and nag and yell and get angry, which just makes things worse. Now, another example of real loving and teaching. The first example that I gave you was in the sales page before this. It was about whining in general, and specifically with Billy and another child, 3 years old. You may remember that. A mother, Amanda, writes to me, and she says, quote, "My 6-year-old and 8-year-old fight with each other all the time." You could just hear her tone through the written words. They argue about everything, and pretty often their arguments degenerate into hitting. Shocking. Not. Think of it. 2 children are arguing over use of the phone, who gets the game controller, who gets the best seat in the car, whose job it is to clean up the table, blah, blah, blah. 2 kids can manage to argue about, well, everything, including whether it's daytime. And then they can't peacefully resolve their differences. They're arguing to the point that hitting becomes involved. Not hard to imagine. You've seen it many times. Amanda continues, quote, "I've told them to stop it 1,000,000 times." She's probably not far off. "Yelled at them, punished them, but they're still arguing and hitting each other whenever they get the chance. How do I stop this? It's making me crazy. I'm beginning to wonder why I had children." This is very similar to the 6 and 8-year-old I described in the sales page, where I warned the mother that if she didn't do something, she would call me one day and ask me to help her get one of the kids out of jail, which occurred. Now, let's get back to Amanda and hope that the results are better. Do you recognize the frustration in this woman who is trying her very best to be a great parent? She wants to do this well, but she doesn't know how. Almost none of us do. Before I answer the mother of the combative children, let me say something important here to everybody who's listening. The answer to this problem with the fighting kids is very similar to the answer that I will be giving you to nearly every problem demonstrated by any child. No kidding. We all do the same stuff. We think we're incredibly clever, but they're all just variations on the same thing. It's like, I had ice cream. Well, I had vanilla ice cream. Well, I had walnut ice cream. It's all still ice cream. When we're in pain, when we don't feel love, the things we do are really similar. They're just different flavors. Pay attention here. We're about to learn how to eliminate the behaviors in your children that are hurting them and making you crazy. I will prove this to you so many times and with such consistency that eventually you will shake your head that you didn't see it all clearly before. Most truths are obvious after we learn them, but not before. And it gets deeper and better, and, I know, hard to believe sometimes, more fun. So, even if you don't have 2 children who argue and hit, you might have, for example, a child who cuts herself, or you might have an addict, for example, or a child who is depressed or hyperactive. Listen carefully to the origin of the problem we'll be discussing and listen to the overall solution, because it will apply to you and your child, even if you don't have a 6 and 8-year-old who are fighting. Now, back to the mother, Amanda, the mother of the 2 gladiators. She wants to stop her children fighting. I know that seems obvious as can be. How could it be good to have 2 children fighting? It's a huge mistake. Hear me? It's a huge mistake to want to stop the children from fighting, because the fighting is just a symptom. And if we keep stopping the symptoms and we don't stop the problem, then we're going to keep getting the symptoms over and over again. Most of us spend our entire parenting lives trying to control our children's behavior. What kind of behavior? We try to stop or change things like anger, arguing, resistance, ADHD, depression, withdrawal, suicidal thoughts or attempts, addictions to gaming, smartphones or other electronic devices, addiction to alcohol, drugs, or porn, cutting or other forms of self-harming, and lack of responsibility, like failing in school or refusing to do chores at home. We'll be talking about these a lot. There are 7 of those in the list, but each one is actually multiple behaviors with one label. And they all have one cause. Our goal is not to stop these symptoms. It's to treat the real problem. These are just some of the childhood behaviors that we face. This isn't a comprehensive list. The behaviors that we face and try to control. And by definition, if we're trying to control or change the behaviors, we regard them as less than ideal, don't we? We don't change what we like. We only change what we don't like. And our children feel our disapproval. We regard these behaviors as bad or wrong, which is understandable. I mean, look at them. Anger, arguing, resistance, ADHD, suicidal thoughts, and so on. You can see them on the slide. Again, it's understandable that we wouldn't like these behaviors, but we don't respond to our children as they use these behaviors just by expressing the disadvantages of them, the negative consequences of them to the happiness of the child, as we might refer to another mistake, like, I think if we turn left here, we won't get where we want to go. That's not how we describe their getting angry and getting in fights. We come in the room and we say, "Stop it right now." And that's not how we talk about taking a left or a right turn. Well, actually, some couples do that. We don't treat it as a symptom. We treat it as the problem, and we get angry at people. We communicate our disapproval of these behaviors, and then our children feel our disapproval. Listen slowly. No child in the world can distinguish between us having a negative reaction to their behavior from our disapproving them as people, from us calling them bad as a person. Now, I know we don't mean to call them bad as a person, but we say things like, "I'm so angry at your behavior, but I love you. I'm just angry at your behavior." Ridiculous. No child believes that lie. Watch your child's face sometime when you're claiming that you're angry at their behavior. Why? Because they're crushed. And look at our delivery. Annoyed, negative words, negative tone, negative posture. And in both of the pages that you watched before this first chapter, we talked about the effects of those behaviors. When children behave badly, we lecture them, yell at them, punish them, beg them, bribe them, take them to counseling, and even drug them with prescribed medications. all those things sometimes produce temporary control of a misbehavior. But all those controlling actions never produce the genuinely loving, responsible, and happy children we really want. They never do. Another way to say that is that we, the parents, behave in ways that are guaranteed not to achieve the results we claim we want, which is happy kids, because we're controlling behaviors. But in our defense, in the absence of something better, a better choice, which would involve our having real love within our own hearts, we unavoidably keep using the same old counterproductive tools, which of course produces the same old lousy results. Controlling our children is mostly all we know, mostly all we've ever known. Now again, in our defense, it's understandable that we try to control our children. I'm not criticizing anybody. Children can be pretty inconvenient. They whine and cry, they make demands and pout. They're often disobedient and irresponsible. They don't listen. They get angry and fight with each other. They sulk and withdraw from us. They're very expensive. We have to take them to see doctors, and they make an incredible amount of noise, eventually with the assistance of large amplifiers and speakers or headphones so they can't hear a single thing that we're saying. It can all become very inconvenient. But they can also be self-destructive. And here we get very clever when we control them. We say that we're controlling them for their own good. We claim to be helping them not to fight or be disobedient or whatever, because those things hurt them, right? And a caring parent wouldn't want their child to keep doing something that's hurting them. But mostly, we just see that kids can make life hell for the people around them. Us. Very few things that you can do that will change your life more than to have a child. You discover how much work they can be. The list of things that children can do, the things often that we don't like, the things that are inconvenient to us, is endless. And the behaviors continue on and on. Can't count. I can't count. How many parents have said that a child does X, whatever the behavior is, no matter what I do? Quote. I know a CEO who described an impossible child who had, in his words, become the tyrant of the family. This child ruled the home. This child determined bedtime. This child determined what they ate and when they ate and what they did all day long. This child was the king of the family. Impossible, disrupted everything, and the CEO of the corporation said that the child behaved like this, quote, no matter what we do. And I said, so how old is your child? 4. Because he didn't know how to parent, this CEO was paralyzed, ruled, actually, owned by a 4-year-old. Because he kept trying to control the kid, which doesn't work. So do the rest of us. But the very fact that we have to keep controlling proves what? That what we're doing with our kids isn't working. Frankly, we don't even know what we want from our kids or what to do with them or what the end goal is, because trust me, I've interviewed intimately tens of thousands of people. We don't know what a happy person looks like. So how would we be one? So how would we teach our children to be one? I've interviewed thousands and thousands of people and met maybe a handful of genuinely happy people. I've asked thousands of people if they know a genuinely happy, peaceful, confident person, and they've said no. Do the math on that, how many people they know. So I've asked thousands, and they each know at least 100 people. Whew, these numbers magnify pretty quickly. In other words, We don't even know what the end result, the end product looks like. So how could we possibly take the steps to create it? It would be like asking somebody from 300 years ago to build a pickup truck when they've never even seen a motorized vehicle of any kind. That's how lost we are as parents. To make things worse, while we do kind of know that we want our kids to be happy, we're not entirely happy. So how could we possibly take them through the cave we've never been in? Other people that we know aren't genuinely happy. And every day we read accounts of people that we thought were happy, and it turns out that they're miserable or they kill themselves. We sense that something important is missing from our lives. So how can we help our children become happier? It seems like an impossible conundrum. So let's start with what we do know. We know that we want our kids to be happy, but we don't know how. We don't know what it looks like, and we're not happy ourselves. Now what? At least we know what unhappy looks like. Anger, drugs, addictions, yelling, screaming, suicidal thoughts. We're all, pretty much in agreement about those things being unhappy. So it seems to make sense that at least we could eliminate the unhappy behaviors, and what would be left would be happy, right? That seems to make a kind of sense. So we'll just control the unhappy behaviors. No, that doesn't work at all. Imagine that you have a brain tumor. You're in pain. You don't know about the tumor. You just know that your head hurts. So I give you morphine, which gets rid of the pain. Well, it's good to not be in pain, but we don't address the real problem. And so you die. It's an old medical joke that I sometimes tell people who don't like a particular solution that I offer to them as parents. I say, well, then just give your kid morphine and ice cream, because morphine and ice cream makes pretty much everybody happy. But see, eliminating pain isn't addressing the solution to the real problem, but we do it anyway because we don't know anything else. Why do we miss the real solutions? We can identify our children's problem behaviors, the anger, the cutting, the addictions, the screaming, but then we make the fatal mistake of trying to control each of those behaviors, the anger, the cutting, the addictions, as though they, the behaviors, were the actual problems to be solved, but they're not. And this is why we have treatment or rehab centers for all those behaviors. There are treatment and rehab centers dedicated solely to cutting addictions of every description. I read once that there were several hundred gaming addiction centers just in South Korea. So we have recovery centers for bulimia, for anxiety, for drug addiction, for alcohol recovery, all behaviors that are secondary to the real problem. We keep missing the real problem. All of our children's misbehaviors are only symptoms of that, and we're missing what it is. Until we get it, we're doomed in raising happy children. Let's take a random example. School shootings. I remember being really alarmed when Columbine was reported, the first mass shooting in a school that I can recall. There may have been one before that. Since then, there have been a lot of them. I made it a project, not just to learn about the school shootings, but years later to go back and read reports about the kids who did them. I wanted to get to the real cause. And here are some of the answers that were just, actually, this is the most common answer. Oh, he was just a normal kid. We were so surprised. There were no signs that such a thing was going to happen. Wrong. They all came, with additional research, it turns out that they all came from homes where there was divorce, fighting, frequent moves, addictions, no connection at all with their parents or between their parents, and bullying and on and on. They all came from homes lacking in unconditional love. Every one of them. That is the cause of school shootings. Yeah, they used guns, but remember, in Rwanda, they killed 1 million people with knives. And recently, there have been some we don't talk about them because it doesn't roll out the tongue, school shootings, school knifings. Children who feel loved and happy simply don't go to school with guns and shoot people or with knives and stab them. All these problems could sound pretty bleak, but it doesn't have to be that way. Let's begin with a bit more education about why children behave as they do. That knowledge can make all the difference. Let's imagine that you and I decide to go on vacation. And we're sitting by the side of the pool and we're enjoying a nice lunch. And it's your favorite food and it's your favorite, we'll call it non-alcoholic drink so we can have an actual real conversation. The sun is out, there's a light breeze. The day is just perfect. And then you notice that there's somebody in the pool who keeps splashing water on your shoes and your legs and your dress or pants or whatever it is you happen to be wearing. This is not part of your perfect day. But you can't see who the guy in the pool is because between you and him, there's a couple of deck chairs, lawn chairs. And so finally you stand up to say something to this idiot who's ruining your perfect day. And as you stand up, you can see that the guy who's splashing you is drowning. In an instant, everything changes. Your entire perspective of this event changes. As soon as you understand that the man is drowning, how much time does it take to change the way you feel? None. How much effort? None. Instantly, you went from irritation, red line, to acceptance, to actually caring about his happiness, as in getting a pole or a rope or sticking out your hand and helping him out of the pool. Irritation to acceptance to caring about him in an instant with just a little bit of knowledge. It can be the same in parenting when you realize that when your children behave badly, they're just drowning. We want them to listen, to cooperate, to be reasonable, to be obedient while they're drowning. Let's go back to the pool. You stand up and you say to the guy who's drowning in the pool and splashing you and everybody around you, you're really being quite an inconvenience to everybody around the pool. You're making a lot of noise and you're splashing people. The man is drowning. So it would be a stupid thing to say to him. And yet we can be that dense when we're talking to our drowning children. I mean, come on. Who would attempt to reason, to have a sensible conversation with a drowning person in the water, or demand cooperation from somebody who's drowning? And yet we do that with our kids. It's a little like crazy. Drowning trumps everything. And we must see that they are drowning. Parenthetically, because, well, we're the ones that threw them in the water. What they need is for us to help them out of the water. Operative words, help them, not make demands of them, which is our natural impulse. Stop doing that. They need help. That doesn't mean that they need to be indulged, but they need help. And I'll be teaching you how. Again, you don't have to do this alone. There isn't a chance in the world that you could. You can learn what your children are really telling you with their behaviors. You can learn to give them what they need rather than what they want and demand. We think love is giving them what they want. Every child will tell you that. Oh, I want a new iPhone. I want a new this. I want that. I want to stay up till tomorrow morning. I want to go out with my friends to Indonesia. And if you don't give me what I want, then you don't love me. That's pretty much the definition of love from a child. But we can't think like that. We can't think that loving them is giving them what they want. I mean, look at their smiles and laughter when it's their birthday and they get gifts and vacations when they get what they want. That's not genuine happiness. That's just entertainment. That's excitement. Like I said, I want a new iPhone. You can learn to become the kind of person who can do this, who can give your child what they need now, and what they need to prepare them for the rest of their lives. It turns out it's very simple, but that doesn't mean that it's very easy. The transition from anger to peace and happiness in the beginning can be rocky. Not always is, but it can be. After all, you are now changing the rules of the game. To be fair, and you've indulged them and given them what they want and yelled at them and done all of the non-helpful parenting things for all these years. Now, suddenly, you're changing everything for them. You're changing what you taught them. And remember, in the beginning, by implication, you taught them that what you said was right. So think about a little child's mind going, well, wait a minute. All these years you told me that left is correct. And now you're telling me, no, now it's right. So it's guaranteed to be a little bit difficult in the beginning. You're changing what you taught them, but making the transition is actually easier than continuing to live with the fruits of what you've been teaching them so far. Anger, arguing, defiance, manipulation, punishing, lying, sneaking. I'm going to run out of fingers. And all that stuff that you've seen countless times. You have to have the courage, and it really can take some courage and persistence to do this all the way. And you have to do it all the way, or there's no sense even beginning. It all fits together. Parenting fits together like a sphere, a perfect sphere, perfectly formed. It doesn't work to have half a ball. Try dribbling half a ball in basketball. Or doing halfway, it'd be like jumping halfway across a canyon. Half measures with a child are a joke. They haven't got a whole lot else to do, remember? So they just diligently look for inconsistencies. Few things that the children enjoy more than saying, well, but you said, and then finding some inconsistency with what you said before and what you're saying now. They diligently look for inconsistencies and half commitment on your part. And if they find them, they will use them against you and use them for getting what they want, which is, like I said, usually not what they need. Kids are like water in a cup with a small crack. They'll find the crack and they'll find their way out of the cup, and they will use all their energy and time to do it. And they have more energy and time to do it than you have. Fortunately, learning to be a loving, effective parent is easier than everything else you've done. Really. Just like dribbling a basketball correctly is easier than dribbling one poorly. Just like driving a car correctly on the right side of the road is easier than intermittently driving on the wrong side of the road and being, dead. We're really going to get into this. This isn't a casual effort. We're not looking to make your child more manageable, as in, well, you read articles about this all the time. Anger management, so that you can have less anger, or to get less addiction. So we're not looking, for example, with a cocaine addict, we're not looking to take the cocaine addict from using this much cocaine in a day to, well, only this much. That is not a success. So we're not looking to manage your child. We're looking for a complete transformation. Half measures are not enough. Our hope is to help you become a real parent and to help your child feel loved and to then be loving, to be responsible, and the inevitable conclusion, to be genuinely happy. Earlier I said, you can learn what your children are really telling you with their behaviors. Fortunately, we do have skills for interpreting behavior. You have skills you don't know about. It's fortunate that we're not completely stupid. We really can learn something new. When it comes to some things, we're pretty good at interpreting the meaning of the signals we get. We understand the cause of the symptoms we're seeing. For example, let's suppose that it hasn't rained for 2 weeks and your lawn is beginning to turn brown. What do? Do you fill a paint sprayer with green paint and paint the lawn green to get rid of that annoying brown color? I gotta admit, I would sometimes like to. Of course not, because you understand that the brown color isn't the problem with the lawn. You understand what the brown really means, that the lawn isn't getting enough water. And you treat the problem causing the brown leaves. You water the lawn, like, duh. And you know to do that with the lawn without the lawn actually speaking to you. It would be nice if every problem in the world would announce itself. Water is leaking in your basement, but the lawn won't speak to you. It just starts to turn brown and you know what to do about it. With a known nonverbal language, you interpret the meaning of the nonverbal signals that you're given. It's pretty simple. Another example, if your dog is scratching at the back door, you know that the scratching isn't the problem. You don't tape mittens on the dog's paws so that he can't make the scratching sound because you know what the scratching really means. Without the dog actually speaking to you in English, you know that the dog just wants to get back in the house. So then you just open the door and let him in, assuming, of course, that he's an indoor dog and you don't mind him coming inside. Pretty smart of you to figure that out. Now, let's see how we do this with children. Suppose a baby is crying. What do? Do you put duct tape over the kid's mouth to get rid of the noise? That has been tempting on occasion, but no, you wouldn't do that. Your goal isn't only to eliminate the noise. You try to figure out the meaning of the noise. In fact, it was astonishing to me to learn that there are books and records that go with books that tell you that when a child's cry sounds like this, it means they're hungry. When their cry sounds like this, it means that they're tired. And when it sounds like, it's a whole crying language. But let's say you don't know all that. When you hear a child cry, you make sure that the child's foot isn't, for example, caught in the slats of the crib somehow and he's not being hurt, or you check his diaper, or you feed him or her. You know that children cry because they need something. So you do whatever it takes to figure out what the need is. The child couldn't even express a want. In short, we're pretty good at interpreting nonverbal signals. In grass, with animals at least, we're even pretty good at doing it with little babies. But then a terrible thing happens. It's really almost unfortunate. Our children get old enough to speak. It's a miracle in one way, but then we begin to make terrible mistakes. Here's the mistake. Just because a child can speak doesn't mean he can express his real needs. When children begin to speak, we begin to assume that with their words, they can actually express what they really need. And then we don't pay nearly as much attention to the real meaning of what they do and say. This is a disaster because a child learning to speak is not the same as a child having genuine understanding of his or her needs or the ability to communicate them. If as soon as children learn to speak, we assumed that they could tell us what they need, then, well, we would feed them candy all day. We would pull off the shelves everything that they point their fingers at the store and say, want or gimme. As soon as they begin to speak, it gets very confusing. Frankly, it gets pretty confusing with most adults, too. Most adults cannot articulate what they genuinely need. So let's go back and address Amanda's question from several minutes ago, where she asked what to do when her 6 and her 8-year-old fight, as in often. A great many of you have or have had similar problems every day. Fighting between siblings or between your child and you or your child and your spouse, or just silence and withdrawal or sulking. Right now, I'm going to talk to Amanda for a bit and you can just listen in. Remember, I will always be teaching principles that do apply to you, whether you realize it immediately or not. But I spoke to Amanda and said, Amanda, when your kids are fighting, what do you do? Almost immediately, in your own words, you tell them to stop it, you yell at them, and very likely punish them in some way. And after doing that a million times, again, your words, you haven't made any positive difference at all. In fact, it's probably worse. After a million times, I think it's safe to say that your way isn't working very well. Yes? She agreed that her way hasn't been working. Now, the point. What you're doing as a parent isn't working because you're not understanding what your children are really telling you with their behavior, which is far more reliable than what they say with their words. They're speaking volumes to you about their needs that they're not putting into words. We believe we hear them speak their needs, but they don't speak them. They behave their needs. I'm going to say it again because it's an odd phrase. They don't speak their needs. They behave them. Now, briefly, I'm going to turn away from Amanda, well, not literally, and speak to everybody who's listening. Do not make the mistake here of saying, well, I don't have a 6 and 8-year-old who fight. I get that. What I'm teaching here to Amanda applies to children who are angry, difficult, cutting themselves, withdrawn, sulking, irresponsible, addicted to electronic devices, alcohol, drugs, porn, all those things that we've listed multiple times and will list multiple times again. I'm going to make things simple for nearly all of you, so you can respond productively to a child with any kind of difficult behavior. Anger, drinking, regularly smoking pot, withdrawn from you and the family, and more. So listen, right now, you don't stand a chance of understanding your child. Nobody ever taught you. You don't know how to deal with problem children because nobody ever taught you. And because nobody ever showed you a consistent pattern of what it's like to feel unconditionally loved and to be loving. That could sound kind of discouraging that you don't stand a chance, but notice I said right now you don't stand a chance. But what I'm saying is that you simply have a lot to learn and to do before the big problems, your big problems, can be addressed at all. I recently watched the tennis championships played yearly at Wimbledon. It's astonishing. what skill, finesse, strength, speed, agility, strategy, endurance, and on and on and on. The game is just so subtle and just magnificent to watch. In case you can't tell, I played tennis. So many young players have the goal in the beginning, when they're being taught, of being in the Wimbledon finals. I mean, it's kind of a natural thing. Kids that play baseball want to be in the World Series. Kids who play football want to be, in the Super Bowl. Many players have the goal of being in the finals of that event. For a second, as I watched, again, having played tennis for many years, I wished that I could just have a moment to be in that position, to play in the finals of Wimbledon. But for nearly all of the billions of us on the planet, that is impossible. Not just difficult, impossible. Why? Because we haven't done the hundreds of thousands of small steps that precede such a choice. We haven't trained from the time we were 4 years old at running, stopping, sliding, preparing for shots, learning how to hit a wide variety of shots from different angles, hitting them over and over from every position on the court. These kids from the age of 4, I'm not making this up, begin to do this, and it ends up being, I say hundreds of thousands of practice shots, but it probably ends up being in the millions. We haven't done all the little steps. We haven't, the rest of us. Thousands of them, or millions, required to be in the finals. Well, it might be a little unfair, but you are in the finals with your child. There's no way around it. You're already there, and you're just discovering that you're not adequately prepared. But you don't have a choice. You're still in the finals. You're not in the finals of a tennis tournament. You're in the finals of life now. And you're kind of clueless most of the time as the ball, we're going to continue the tennis metaphor, sails by and you can't even begin to get your racket on it, much less return it with any effectiveness. That is what we're learning here together. With every example I use, every principle I teach, every tone of voice I use. As I talk about Amanda and her 6 and 8-year-old, I'm talking about the skills you will need for your child. And I'll be using such examples again and again. I'm teaching you the simple strokes like you would use in tennis, how to run, how to stop, how to swing, how to do all of the little simple things that combine into making a great shot when you need it. If you haven't done all those preparatory steps before the great shot has to be made, you will miss the shot. Once you understand the messages your children are communicating, messages they're quite unaware of, by the way. You're ignorant of their messages, and so are they. You can finally respond in ways that make sense, ways that address their needs, and in the end, the ways you respond to them completely eliminate their fighting, as well as all the other worrisome behaviors of children, young and old. Age is irrelevant. The problems are irrelevant. We're learning how to love and teach children. And I keep mentioning different ages and different problems so that you understand that loving and teaching applies to all of them. Would that be cool or what? So let's talk about this secret language that they speak in. Earlier, I told you that your children have been telling you something with their behavior, and that so far you've been missing it. So what is it? What's the real meaning of your children fighting with each other, or a child who cuts herself, or a kid who's endlessly glued to electronics, and on and on? As human beings, we do a lot of things that are pretty puzzling, even kind of crazy at times. Behavior makes sense when you know what people, which would include our children, need. We tend to talk about symptoms. We need to talk about the need that is unfulfilled, which leads to the symptoms. Unfulfilled needs cause pain. Try going without food for a couple of weeks and you'll discover that it's painful and you'll become acutely aware of what your need is. And pain is why they're drowning, why they're behaving badly. When people are not in pain, when they feel loved, when they feel happy, they don't behave badly. It's a law. I've learned that you can make sense of almost any situation or behavior if you can just learn what people need most in that moment. Much of our behavior, especially the more dramatic it is in response to a pressing need of some kind. Let me give you a bold example of that. One day, I was eating dinner with some friends at a restaurant, and one of the men at the table suddenly, very suddenly, stood up with a wild-eyed expression on his face and began thrashing around with his hands, knocking plates and glasses off the table. It was pretty disturbing, and it scared everybody. People either ran or they froze. They backed away from him to protect themselves because there were dishes flying. And of course, they wondered, what in the world is he doing? Because he went from sitting, eating dinner to acting like he was insane. Now, this was a long time ago, before there was better public education about what this was, what this condition is called. He could have been drunk, although not drunk suddenly. Drunks, however, can suddenly behave like this. Could have been crazy. Could have been having a seizure. Nobody knew. This went on for several moments, long enough for me to stand up and walk around behind him. I put my arms around him. I squeezed him hard with my fist in the middle of his chest, and a piece of meat shot out of his mouth and hit the opposite wall, which was some distance away. Instantly, he sucked in a huge breath and just sat down. He was exhausted. The thrashing was over, and in moments, he was calm and smiling. It's kind of dramatic. What happened? While other people were blindly reacting to how my friend's behavior affected them, which is understandable with flying plates and glasses and utensils, flying forks and knives through the air, and food, which is what most of us do all day, emotionally speaking, reacting to real or perceived threats, I understood what he needed from his behavior, because he certainly couldn't vocalize it. In medical school, when I was 100 years ago when I was a kid, I attended one of the first lectures ever given by the man who described this thrashing man's problem and how to treat it. He was teaching it to medical personnel, after which the public was eventually educated, and most people now know the name of this maneuver. It's called the Heimlich maneuver, and the man I listened to, his name was Henry Heimlich. From what I had learned, I knew that my friend had a piece of food that was blocking his windpipe. He couldn't breathe, and he couldn't vocalize what he needed. All he could do was thrash in terror. Because I knew that, his behavior made complete sense to me. And so I wasn't alarmed about how he would affect me. I walked around behind him because he wasn't throwing plates behind him. Well, and because it's the place to be. And I was able to respond in a way that instantly and literally saved his life. It was really a dramatic event. In a similar way, when you understand what your children need, you'll understand their behavior too, just as I did with my friend, and then you'll finally be able to give them what they really need, instead of just trying to control their individual behaviors, which is really pretty frustrating, isn't it? Imagine if I had, with my friend, simply controlled his individual behaviors, moved all the plates so that he couldn't knock any plates, and moved all the knives and forks, and moved everybody away from him, and then everybody just watched him behave badly, or maybe tied his arms to his side so that he couldn't thrash about. What if I had tried to control his behaviors? Well, he'd be dead. And we try to do that with our kids. It's really frustrating. It's frustrating for us. It's frustrating for them. In fact, it's often impossible. You will be able to save your children's lives in just as real a way as I saved my friend's life. This is going to be fun to learn how to do this. And it's really kind of fun to save somebody's life. So let's get to it. What is it that your children need? In order to be happy, what your children need more than anything else, what everybody needs more than anything else, is to feel loved. By far. Now, don't roll your eyes. The first time that I realized that what people needed most was just love, I thought, oh, it just can't be this easy. I mean, the Beatles sang that song. Almost every parent at this point is thinking, come on, but I do love my child. Are you trying to say that I don't? And there's usually a bit of a self-righteous tone in there. In our defense, every parent tries to love their children, but it turns out that not just any kind of love will do. Children can be happy only when they feel loved unconditionally, which means that they know that we care about their happiness without wanting anything from them in return. I'm going to say it again because it's that important. Children can be happy, adults too, but we're talking about kids, only when they feel loved unconditionally, which means that they know we care about their happiness without wanting anything from them in return. They're genuinely happy when they have enough real love or unconditional love. So, what's this real love stuff? And how come you've never heard of it? First, let's define it again. Real love is caring about the happiness of another person without wanting anything from them in return. Sounds simple enough, but it's actually very, we'll do two varies, very, very rare. Because simple isn't the same as easy or even natural. Very few children are loved unconditionally. I've seen this from interviewing at least 100,000 people in the world. We've all seen proof of that in our own lives. When we were children, mankind hasn't changed. One of the only genres of books that I read is history. I've read more history books than you've probably seen books on shelves. And mankind has been behaving in the same ways from the very beginning. We've been doing the same stuff. People from the beginning of time have not, on the whole, been unconditionally loved. We weren't. And if we weren't, our children are not being unconditionally loved now by us because we don't have it to give. As children, when we were clean, quiet, obedient, and cooperative, when we were athletic, when we got good grades, when we were talented, blah, 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 we saw lots of approval from our parents and others. We saw smiles. We heard gentle tones of voice. We heard kind words sometimes. But we also saw what happened when we were loud, disobedient, and inconvenient. What happened to the smiles and kind words? I wish I had one of those little magician smoke things here. Poof. All the smiles and kind words were gone in an instant. All those signs of approval were immediately replaced with frowns, sighs of disapproval. We've all heard this sound. I call it the sound of death. We heard irritation, disappointment, and harsh words. And from this change in behavior, there didn't have to be any words, we could have learned only one lesson. When you're good, I love you, but when you're not, I don't. When you're good, when you do all the things I like, oh, I love you. But when you're not, when you're bad, I don't. We all learned this lesson. It wasn't intentionally taught. Rarely did we consciously hear it. Oh, but we learned it deeply, and we learned it really early. Nobody means to do it. Our parents didn't. Their parents didn't. But that is the message a child hears when we're disappointed or angry. Anything from just a simple sigh to a fit of rage, just any kind of disapproval, is terrifying to a child because it communicates to them that they are worth less. When a child is valued, precious, do we yell and scream at them? Do we disapprove of them? No, never. So when we express disapproval to a child, and no child, young child, can make the distinction between disapproval of their behavior and disapproval of them. So when we express this disapproval, they feel flawed. They feel like there's something fatally wrong with them. They feel worth less. And if we do it enough, they feel worthless. They're severely affected even by the conflict and disapproval between adults. If two parents fight and they don't express disapproval toward the child still feels not loved. And if a child doesn't feel loved, they feel less worthy of love. They feel worth less. Our children, Amanda's at age 6 and 8, and your children and my children have learned the same lesson. When you're good, I love you, but when you're not, I don't. And that is the worst wound a child can receive. You don't mean to hurt them. I am not saying that. It's unconscious. But every time you become annoyed at them, sighing, raising your voice, shrugging your shoulders, rolling your eyes, frowning, and all that stuff that we do pretty often, your children hear you say only those 4 fatal words that we talked about in a previous page. I don't love you. Disappointment or anger equals I don't love you. It's a disaster, and it turns out it doesn't matter whether you meant to. I have worked out in my backyard on uncounted occasions, and every once in a while somebody's out there working with me. And if we're digging a hole or a ditch or whatever, and I don't mean to, but I swing my shovel and smack whoever's with me in the face with the shovel, it still hurts. In fact, it doesn't hurt a whole lot less. Oh, well, I didn't mean to. Well, we have blood running down their face and 2 great big cuts and possibly broken face. Who knows? We do that to our children and then go, oh, well, but I didn't mean to. And they're still wounded, often for life. We mentioned this in the landing page previously, but I'm going to briefly repeat it here. Let me prove actually what I just said. Do you like it when people are angry at you? No, you don't. As in, never. In fact, people come home and complain to their spouses and everybody else all day long if their boss is angry at them. Nobody likes being the object of anger. In fact, think of all the times people have been angry at you, boss, spouse, other drivers, your kids, when the anger, the disapproval on fire, which is what anger is. We hate disapproval anyway, but when we get anger, that's like having disapproval on fire thrown on us. When it's directed at you, you respond in a negative way immediately, reflexively. You hate it that much. If you have any doubt about this, take a child or an adult or anybody and loudly express your venomous disapproval at them and see if they sit and consider their response. I wonder how I should react to this, or whether they respond in reflexively and immediately with their facial expression, with their tears, with their yelling back, with their fighting, we hate it that much. You can be having a great time with somebody, and one negative tone can wipe it all away. When we're angry at people, we're saying this, and there's no doubt about this. When I'm angry at you, I'm saying, look at what you did to me. I'm not thinking about you. Or failed to do for me. I'm saying me, me, me. When we're angry, we're focused on ourselves. And in that moment, the other person, notably our children, who depend on us for even evaluating themselves, they hear, I don't love you. I promise you that this is true. No, we don't mean to do it. But what else could people hear while our words, tone, and behavior are screaming, me, me, me? I don't love you is what you hear when people are angry at you, and it's what our children hear when we're angry at them. I know that this is a strong thing to say. I can't count how many people have looked at me like I was nuts when I said that anger is the same as I don't love you. But it's an indictment, really, of how we've been raising children for millennia, and it bears repeating. Anytime we express disappointment or irritation at a child, he or she hears I don't love you. The impact of these words and the disappointment and irritation is that devastating. And I'm not saying this for effect or exaggeration. We don't notice this devastation to others when we're angry, because when we're angry, our preoccupation, in fact, our sole occupation, is with ourselves, what the child did to us or didn't do for us, or how they inconvenience, yes, you guessed it, us. While we're occupied with our own anger, we don't see the look of devastation across our child's face. In fact, we really don't see them at all. In our defense, we can't. Watch angry people. Really not hard to do. Turn on talk television or, well, just about any movie or program. Watch angry people. They can see only how whatever they're talking about has affected them. It's a kind of temporary insanity. When people are angry, they don't hear anybody else's opinion. They don't see how they're hurting other people. They don't care about people who are being hurt anywhere else in the world. When we're angry, we're focused right here with both eyes and both fingers. Here, me. So I'm saying that anger both, one, causes our children to feel unloved, which causes their primary pain, and two, because our anger is so selfish and distracting, we don't notice that we're causing the destruction in our kids. That's a horrifying cycle in the life of a child. I mean, let's do this again. With our anger, we're pointing a flamethrower at our child. We're destroying our kids. And because we're so occupied with how we're injured, which is why we're angry, we don't care about anybody else. So we don't even notice that we just burnt them to a little crisp. Terrible cycle. And it can just go on. And watch two people argue on a television talk show. Finally, the moderator had to go, well, we have to break for commercial, because those two, if they had hammers in their hands, would just hammer each other to death. Anger is that blinding and that destructive. Now, back to my friend who was choking. That was a little while ago. He was scaring the people around him with his pain. That's why he was acting crazy. That's why we all act crazy. It's because of our pain. He was in pain because he couldn't breathe. He thought he was going to die. But he also, because he was completely occupied with his pain and his dying, he didn't know he was scaring the people around him. In fact, what if you'd forced him to sit down and take a little quiz? Are you scaring the people around you? I mean, we laugh at even the idea of that. When people are in enough pain, they think of nothing but themselves. He was completely focused on himself. So he kept knocking around dishes and spoons and forks and the tablecloth and chairs and whatever he could get his hands on. He looked really quite nuts. We're all like that when we're angry. We're the crazy man who's choking to death. We're blind, we're selfish, and all the while we're hurting other people. And to make it worse, as though it could get worse, we don't even know we're doing it. We really don't know we do this. But you're here to learn that when we get angry, we are blind, selfish, and hurting people. And that is a huge first step. It's one of the most important things we're going to learn during our entire time together. When you get angry, which includes annoyed, disappointed, frustrated, and all those socially acceptable words, we cause harm to everybody around us, including our children. Until we see this, we will never stop it. Until I reached around and squeezed my friend's chest and blew the piece of meat out of his mouth and hit the wall, there was no way he was going to realize he was doing anything to anybody. Now, at this point, you may be tempted to think, as most people do, wait a minute. Sure, I get mad at my kids sometimes, but I still love them. In fact, I hear this from thousands of people when they first hear me say that when they're angry at their children, they're thinking only of themselves. They're hurting their children, and they're telling them that they don't care about them, at least in that moment. They're not saying, I've never cared about you and I'm never going to care about you. But in that moment, they're saying, I don't love you. It's a very understandable comment, mostly because it makes us feel better. But let's look at the comment. I get mad at my kids sometimes, but I still love them. In order to make this point in a memorable way, imagine for a moment that you've come to visit me at my home. And you find me working in the garden, which would not be unusual. I want to finish the little project I'm on because I'm planting plants. And once you get to a certain place, you really kind of have to get the plants in the ground. So I give you several bushes and I ask you to plant them a short distance away, which you agree to do. And let's suppose that you don't know the first thing about gardening, which many people don't. After half an hour or so, I walk over to where you're working and I discover that you've done everything wrong. You've planted the bushes in the wrong place and at the wrong depth, and you've spaced them incorrectly, and you've used the wrong soil, and you've even broken several branches as you've handled the plants. I mean, you've just really royally screwed this up. Now, I might smile, as my grandchildren do when I try to draw off, which they find to be laughable. So I might smile, and then I do two things. First, I thank you for helping me. I'm not pretending, and this isn't a prelude to my berating you. I thank you for helping me. And second, I apologize for not explaining better what needed to be done. Very likely because I didn't realize that you didn't know anything about planting, and I should have asked that question. Then we work together until we make it all right. You can take every plant that you put in the wrong place, in the wrong soil, in the wrong depth, and just redig the holes, and you can just make everything perfect again. And we have fun doing it because we're talking and laughing and playing and getting all dirty and feeling the soil between our fingers. Again, imagine this fun that we're having, correcting the really awful job you did. Imagine this as though you're there. And I'm laughing with you and smiling at you and giving you instructions and saying, oh, shoot, I should have told you this. And when we get all done, it looks perfect. How do you feel? Imagine you're there. Well, for one thing, probably relieved. Despite all the mistakes you made, it's obvious that I'm not irritated at you. We are so sensitive to irritation. In fact, you can feel my concern for your happiness. I'm concerned that you don't feel bad that you did all these things wrong. In fact, I don't even say you did it wrong. I just say, let's put this one, let's place this one here and this one here for this reason, and let's use this soil. I don't say instead of the stupid soil you used. Let's use this soil, and let's do this, and let's mulch it this way. I just give you instructions instead of correcting you. I'm concerned about you. That is a great feeling. Most of us can't even imagine a scene like this, being completely accepted by someone after we've screwed up and inconvenienced them. Virtually all our experiences have been that when we make mistakes, especially when we inconvenience people, people become judgmental, impatient, disappointed, and irritated. We just learned something very important, so let's not miss it. We just proved that there is always a loving way to respond to potentially inconvenient circumstances. Events are just inconvenient. People commonly say to me, oh, it was a terrible event. It was a painful event. My boss didn't like what I did, and I'm so hurt, as though the event were somehow hurtful. No, events are just inconvenient. They never cause anger. We've been taught that lie all of our lives, and we're going to talk more about that lie later in this chapter and in later chapters. Now imagine the same scene again from the beginning. You come to see me. Again, I give you some bushes to plant. Again, you do everything wrong. But this time, when I see what you've done, my reaction is quite different. In fact, just for fun, we could make it that I behave like the man whose life I saved at the dinner table. I throw my hands in the air. I grab things and throw them across the yard. I sigh with disappointment. I look disappointed. I roll my eyes. I can hardly contain my irritation. In fact, I become rageful. I mumble under my breath. I know you've never heard these words or said them. Can't you do anything? We know the rest of that, right? I asked you to do just one, what's the next word, thing. I just can't believe that you, and everybody knows the rest of that, can be so stupid. Do you recognize that tone of voice? Or do you recognize those words? How do you feel now? Now that I'm raging at you, irritated at you, throwing things, telling you that you're stupid, that you've made a mistake, you've inconvenienced me. How do you feel now? Happy? It's a rhetorical question. No, you don't. The moment I communicate my disappointment and irritation, you know that my concern is for myself. for what you did to me and for what you didn't do for me. It's all about the royal me. And in that moment, is there any way in the world that you could feel my unconditional concern for your happiness? I don't even have a word good enough. Ridiculous, absurd, insane. No, there's no way, zero, that I could be concerned about you, and less than zero, if that were possible, that you could feel my concern for you. I'm going to make this really simple. And many of us don't like hearing this the first time. I didn't. Anger is always selfish. And the effect on you is devastating. The effect on you and the effect of anger on the person who's angry is devastating, because they become a selfish, raging, crazy person, and the effect on other people is devastating. I repeat, anger is always selfish, and the effects are devastating. When most people hear that anger is always selfish, oh, you should see them, because I've done hundreds and hundreds of seminars with hundreds of thousands of people. They squirm like a worm on a hook. All our lives, we've blamed other people for our anger. We've said things like, he made me so mad. And you know the tone of voice, and you've heard those words. You've very likely said those words, unless you speak another language. She infuriated me. I am so angry because they or it or the traffic or the whatever. We've even felt self-righteous as we blamed other people for our anger. We were wrong. But as much as we love to blame others for our anger, we hate anger being directed at us. We're pretty hypocritical. It's not loving. It hurts us, as I just illustrated in the story of you in my yard, and as I've said elsewhere and will continue to say in other ways. That is how our children feel every time we feel disappointed in them, or irritated at them, or impatient with them, or frustrated with them, or all of the words that really just come down to various forms of anger. Can't tell you how often a parent has said to me, I was so angry at my child, but I didn't show it. And I'm thinking, you had fire coming out of your eyes and smoke coming out of your ears, and you think you hit it. Or I wasn't angry, I was just annoyed. When we do that, the people involved, especially our children, feel unloved. Let me say it more plainly, reinforcing what I said earlier. When children feel disappointment and irritation, they feel unloved. They hear, I don't love you. And the consequences are horrifying. And I don't exaggerate one bit. And now we get to a very important subject. That's my way of saying, whatever you're doing, wherever your mind has gone, come back here. We're going to talk about a subject called post-childhood stress disorder. Now, you may notice that that's really similar to post-traumatic stress disorder. Post-traumatic stress disorder is abbreviated PTSD. Post-childhood stress disorder is PCSD. So the PTSD is a bigger term. Post-childhood stress disorder is a form of PTSD. The C in PCSD takes the place of the T. This childhood is the trauma in PCSD. That's the best way to say it. Took me a second. So let's start with PTSD, because a lot more of us are familiar with that. Soldiers go to war, and let's just assume they go to war fairly put together. And this has been seen from the beginning of time, but we've been keeping records of it better lately. And they're in a terrible battle, and people are blown up, and they see their buddies killed, and they may have killed people there, combatants, non-combatants. People have no idea what it's like to be in a battle unless they've been in one. They really don't. Which is one reason that you'll almost never hear. I've been around veterans of wars for my whole life, and only on very rare occasions, when I've gained the trust of somebody who's been in a battle, have they ever been willing to discuss battle. They don't usually discuss it with each other because it was that bad. You watch a movie and you see two people in a room in a shootout, and boom, 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 here they're shooting assault rifles at each other, and it's a little loud, on the television. No, it's not a little bit loud. I've owned an assault rifle. I've owned many guns. When we had 7 kids, we'd go out and just shoot the trash out of bottles and cans because it was just great fun. Just very few things that are more fun for guys than to see a glass bottle just go explode into the air. And sometimes we would experiment with taking our earplugs out and listening to an assault rifle shoot without an earplug. Your ears ring for a long time. If that were to happen over and over again, along with mortar fire and artillery fire, the sound alone would be traumatizing. And in addition, every second you're watching people either be killed, or you're aware of the potential of you being killed or maimed, which many soldiers fear more than death. I mean, death, you're done. But being maimed and being in pain, war is just unimaginably horrifying. So there's soldiers who come back from, in some cases, having been in a battle for an hour. Not kidding. In 1 hour of trauma that severe, they come back with their nervous system in a state of constant hyper-excitement. In fact, one of the characteristic descriptions of PTSD is hypervigilance. Once you've been shot at a couple of times, your nervous system says, you ought to sort of ramp things up. Listen better, be kind of like on the balls of your feet and ready to respond. You become hyper vigilant, hyper paying attention. Your whole nervous system gets ramped up. And once it gets ramped up to a certain point, with some people, it never goes all the way back down to normal. In fact, in some people, it stays pretty ramped up for the rest of their lives. That's the essence of what PTSD is. So after 1 hour, some of these soldiers come home and they're never the same again. I have a good friend who suffers from PTSD. And to this day, if anything even just potentially frightening or unknown or loud or anything that reminds him of battle, he might pee his pants. He might fall on the floor. He might burst into tears. He might take a swing at you and hit you. He might run out of the room. The reactions run the gamut. But you never know what's going to remind the person who's been in battle of having been in such a horrible situation. That's just one day. I know a woman who was one day raped, and she was raped by a man who was wearing an orange hoodie. He had garlic on his breath. She was raped in a parking garage, and she was raped on a set of concrete steps. I met her 20 years after that event. In the intervening 20 years from the time of the trauma till I met her, she'd never again been in a parking garage. All she had to do was think of one, and she would break out in a cold sweat. She couldn't stand the smell of garlic, which eliminates most restaurants. hated the color orange, couldn't stand to be around it, had to leave the room, and couldn't walk up concrete steps. So she'd have to take elevators or find some other way to get to the top of the building. All from an event that lasted, by her accounts, 10 or 15 minutes. 10 or 15 minutes, and it gave her fears, it gave her post-traumatic stress for 20 plus years. Wow. Now, we've talked about the single greatest wound that most people in the world walk around with, which is the trauma of the I don't love you wound of childhood. And I'm here to tell you that the trauma of hearing I don't love you in a tone of voice, with the rolling of eyes, with the words that are chosen, any number of things. We've talked about the ways to tell a child I don't love you many times, so I'm not going to go over that all again. But the trauma of the I don't love you wound is every bit as harmful, every bit as traumatic as the noise and visual trauma of battle or rape. I'm not exaggerating. In fact, I encourage you to read an entire book on the subject. If you go to the reallove.com website and you go to the store, you'll see a book called Real Love and PCSD. I've lost track of how many times people have sent me letters and said, I started to read the book, I burst into tears, I had to put the book down, I came back a week later, I read 10 more pages, I burst into tears, I put the book down. It would take them months to finish the book. And when they got to the end, they said, I finally understand why I react badly to almost anything. Almost anything that they react badly to. I'm not implying that they react badly to everything. And I spend all day talking to adults who suffer from PCSD. PTSD is very common amongst soldiers who've actually been in battle. PCSD exists in 90+% of human beings because it's just PTSD where childhood is the trauma. And the trauma is often not obvious. We tend to be misled by dramatic events. So people talk about suffering from PTSD who have been sexually abused as children, who have been raped, who have been in a hurricane, been in a flood, in a tornado, and whatever. Really big, obvious things that would be on television. But some of the worst cases of post-childhood stress disorder that I've ever seen are people whose trauma is just not obvious at all. In fact, if Child Social Services, it's called a different thing in every city and state, but if the state child services people came into the home of somebody who was being traumatized in a way that would affect them for the rest of their lives, there wouldn't even be anything remarkable in the report. Really. They wouldn't know rolling of eyes and tone of voice. Very often, the worst trauma is simple neglect. It's simple lack of touching. You can die from a lack of touch. After World War I, there were orphanages where 90% of children who were age 1 and under died simply because they didn't have the staff to pick them up and play with them, because they didn't get touched enough. Let me translate that for you. They died from the lack of love. No kidding. 90% under age 1. It's that formative. The lack of love in a child actually, and this has been now demonstrated, changes the structure, the way the brain is put together. We know it changes the way that the neurochemicals work. We must be loved. It's not just a bonus. It's not just the cherry on the cake. It's the main course. It's food, it's air, it's water, it's everything. I talked to a woman one day who was a mess. Terrible marriages, multiple marriages. She was an awful mother just because she didn't know how to be a mother. Having a terrible time with her work. Every aspect of her life was just a mess. And I asked her, well, so what was your childhood like? And she said, well, okay, I guess. I said, well, tell me your first memory. Her first memory was when she was 16. What does that tell you? She had buried her memories from birth to 16. People don't bury their happy memories. Full stop, period, done. They don't. So her life was traumatic from 0 to 16, and then because the first part of her life was ruined, the rest of her life was just a trauma too. And I said, so let's go back. I rarely do a regression. I said, let's just go back. She laid down on the couch, and we'll just go back younger and younger, and we remembered single events, and we finally got her to where she was about 4 or 5 years old. And I said, can you remember the house? And she could remember the house. What room would you most likely be in? And she described the living room. And what would you be doing? Oh, playing with toys. She couldn't remember which ones, but she'd be playing with toys. And I said, so now let's imagine that your father comes in from work. Can you ever remember a case of that? She said, yeah, she could. So her father would come in from work. And I said, and at age 4 or 5, as your father came in the door, what would you do? And she didn't speak a word. She just held her arms out and up, which is what little children do. All little children, when they want to be picked up. Pretty much no adults are stupid enough to not understand that. And I said, and when you held your hands up, what did he do? And she said, without missing a beat and with no change in expression on her face, accepting it completely as normal, she said, well, he walked by. He was very busy, you know. This woman's life had been destroyed by simple neglect. That's all. Not thrown in a closet, not fed, not thrown down in the basement, to live with the dogs. Just emotionally neglected. I had every indication from having talked to her siblings that she was adequately fed and dressed and sent to school, and so were they, and they were all similarly emotionally neglected. There wasn't a happy soul in that entire family. And that's with, I believe, 6 kids, if I remember. So let me tell you just a few of the characteristics of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, where you can identify the trauma. It's pretty obvious. Like, I've given you 2 examples: battle, rape. I've given you some others: tornadoes, hurricanes, those things. Big, visible, on television traumas. They've identified that PTSD is much more likely and tends to be worse when the trauma is repetitive. So let's make it really easy. You live through one hurricane, you tend to have a certain level of PTSD. If you happen to have lived through 4 hurricanes, by the time you get to the 5th one, you're touchier about it. So the more often a particular trauma occurs, the more likely you are to get PTSD, and the worse it is. You tend to get PTSD more and worse. I'm just going to call it more frequently and to a greater degree when you can't stop the trauma. For example, sometimes in war, soldiers can get behind a building. They can call in gunfire from aircraft. They can prevent some of the trauma. When we're helpless to prevent the trauma, it tends to be worse. It's worse when the trauma is intermittent. Instead of just steady 5 times in a row, the wind whistles outside your bedroom during a tornado at the level of a freight train for 5 straight minutes. That's one kind of trauma. But if a tornado comes and then 5 minutes later another tornado comes and then 7 minutes later another one and then 3 minutes later another, that drives us crazy. The intermittent nature of trauma. PTSD is worse when the trauma is frequent and when it's out of our control. Now notice all those things. When the trauma is repetitive, you can't stop it when you're helpless. When it's intermittent, when it's frequent, when it's out of our control, all of those characteristics define childhood. They define the trauma of childhood. Childhood trauma is always repetitive. I have never met a child who suffered from either abuse or just neglect where it happened just once. Never met such a person. Repetitive, where you can't stop it, where you're helpless. Well, helplessness is pretty much a defining characteristic of childhood. Intermittent, our whole childhood, everything happens intermittently. When we're out of control, children live out of control. When the trauma is frequent, when you pile up all the traumas of childhood, that pretty much defines frequent. So the C part of PCSD, that being the trauma, childhood, PCSD satisfies every characteristic that makes PTSD worse. If you want to read a comparison of the two, or you want to learn a great deal more about PCSD, read the book, Real Love and PCSD. We suffer from PCSD. And when I say we, I mean nearly all of us, as in 99%. That's why I recommend you read the book. When I say we, I also mean we as a species suffer from PCSD. We live in a state of hypervigilance most of the time. We are wounded. And from our wounds and from our condition of hypervigilance, we tend to react rather than make choices. Now, somebody who has PTSD might overreact if you drop a stack of plates because the loud noise would simulate gunfire and they would overreact. But in childhood, the trauma includes things like anger, criticism, the withdrawal of love, other people acting like victims. Well, those things happen around us every day, reminding us of the times when we felt helpless and when these things happened to us a lot when we were children. So our hypervigilance is reconfirmed almost every day with PCSD, and almost all of us have it. We experience PCSD even when we're just threatened with the potential of trauma. We don't have to actually be traumatized in the present. And then we, when I say we, I mean mankind, but particularly I'm referring to adults, we then dump those reactions, our hypervigilance, our reacting by being angry and attacking and acting like victims and criticizing, we dump our reactions to our PCSD into every interaction with our children. And thus, we perpetuate the PCSD with them. And they grow up hypervigilant. And they dump it on their children. And then their children. And it gets perpetuated generation after generation after generation. I would not hesitate much to say that PCSD is the most serious disorder on the face of the earth, because it cripples what we do. Tom Wolfe, who was a famous, relatively modern author, said this: everybody, everywhere has his own little movie going, his own scenario, and everybody is acting his movie out like crazy. Only most people don't know that that is what they're trapped by, their own little script. I'm going to translate what he says. He says it in a more literary way. He's saying, we don't really make our own choices. We don't follow this phrase because it's so important. We don't live our own lives. Instead, we're reacting to what was done to us decades ago. Now, sure, in the present, we can also be traumatized. But we would not react to present trauma as we do unless we had been pre-traumatized before. We act out a kind of living death when we suffer from PCSD. I know a 5-year-old child. We'll call her Ziva, mainly because that's her name. Her mother said that in the last several months, she'd been extremely difficult to get along with. And she was at kindergarten with her sister, and she was with her mother, and she was being resistant and angry and impossible to correct. And her mother was describing this to me. And she said, it's just getting worse and worse everywhere she goes, at kindergarten, at home, everywhere. And one day, Ziva said to her mother, Victoria, quote, "Do you know when I first started being mean?" She knew. She's 5 years old. She knew exactly what she was talking about. She knew that she was being mean to her mother, to her father, to her little sister, to the other kids at school. She knew that she was behaving badly. And she had far greater insight than her mother did, and said to her mother, "Do you know when I started being mean?" I mean, what a question for a child to even recognize the meanness in the first place, and now to address it without it being brought up for her with her mother. Her mother said, no. Now imagine how intimidated a mother would feel at being asked such a question, because the child knows the answer or she wouldn't be asking the question. And mom doesn't know the answer. But see, mom had been teaching, she'd been reading out loud to the child the book Real Love and Parenting. And the child, 5 years old, even though she was stacking blocks and goofing and playing and probably poking the dog or, whatever kids do, she'd been listening. And Ziva said, "I started being mean the very first time you were mean to me." She continued, age 5. "I thought, I don't like this. Maybe I'll be mean too. Because I didn't know how to be a person." This is still the 5-year-old talking. "And I wanted to be like you." If you're not in tears at this moment, back this up and start it from the beginning where I started to tell the story about Ziva. Every little child is born with a desire to be loved by their parent and to, in some way, emulate, to follow, to mimic, to be like their parent. And here's this 5-year-old saying, "I didn't know how to be a person." She'd been listening to this book. And she said, "I wanted to be like you, and I wanted to follow you. But then you started to be mean and to be impatient with me." And then she concluded. She said, "Actually, you're doing just what your parents taught you. Do you know that, Mom?" I still can scarcely believe this story, except I know all the actors in the story. I know the parents who taught Ziva's mother to be like she was. I know what Ziva's mother, Victoria, is like and how she was treating Ziva. And her mother, Victoria, would call me and say, "Why is my child acting up?" And I would say, "Because you're being angry and unkind to her." And then one day her mother called me and said, "Exactly what I just told you." And all of this was understood by a 5-year-old. This 5-year-old was already developing and living PCSD. Now here's the weird part. And knew it at 5. Short version of explaining PCSD could be this. All our lives, we are either mimicking the unloving behaviors we saw, or we are reacting to the pain we felt when those unloving behaviors were directed at us or anybody else around us. Either way, we're unhappy. I'm going to do that again because there's a lot in those 2.5 lines. All our lives, we're either mimicking the unloving behaviors we saw, or we're reacting to the pain we felt when we saw those unloving behaviors as they were directed at us or anybody else around us. We don't have to be hit ourselves to suffer from PCSD. I know people who suffer from PCSD badly as they watch their siblings being treated badly. Turns out, and it doesn't matter why, they were protected from the mistreatment. Either way, just like PTSD, you can suffer from PTSD because you were shot, because you shot somebody else, or because you saw your buddy next to you explode from a grenade. We don't like being around trauma. I'll say it another way. We feed on love. And if we're in an environment where the love is gone, it's like taking a breath in a vacuum. That's a very traumatic event. Have you ever had somebody cut you off in traffic and you explode? Do you explode because of the moment of inconvenience? I mean, think about it. If somebody cuts you off in traffic and you have to tap on the brakes, you might get home, half a second slower than you would have if they hadn't cut you off in traffic. So is that why you explode and gesture to the other person and scream at them and roll down your window and wave your arm at them? No. Over half a second of time lost? No. Or you're at Walmart and some fool is in the line labeled clearly 12 items or less. And he has 200 items at least, and that's just in the first shopping cart that he's got. You are incensed, self-righteous even. Why? Because you're going to have to wait 5 minutes longer while this person's checked out, or because you might have to change lanes. No. In both cases, the being cut off in traffic, the having to wait a little extra in line at Walmart, we overreact emotionally because it's yet another "I don't love you" in a very long line, going back to our births usually, and we just can't take another one. That's the essence of PCSD. These moments or incidents where we suddenly experience an explosion of feeling, might be sadness, might be anger, might be rage, irritation, frustration. These little moments that provoke these overreactions emotionally are called triggers. They trigger the guy who cut you off in traffic, the guy who had 2 shopping carts loaded in the 12 items or less lane. They trigger or set off feelings that were real in the past, things that really did happen to you and caused very real pain. And they were such a reaction, an emotional reaction on your part, would be a reasonable response to those real events in the past. But when we have exaggerated emotional responses in the present, I'm going to say it again. When we have exaggerated emotional responses in the present, clearly it's exaggerated when you're flipping somebody off and screaming at them because you had to tap the brakes. These exaggerated responses are not a response to events in the present. It's not the guy that cut you off. It's not the guy that has 2 shopping carts. It couldn't be. Triggers are always, all caps, always associated with the past. The woman that I described to you, was she overreacting to the smell of garlic because garlic just sets her brain on fire? Did she hate orange because there was something in the spectrum about orange that just made her go nuts? Did she refuse to take concrete steps because they were hard on her bunions or because they'd crippled her? No. She was reacting to events in the past. And I described what those events were. They're always associated with the past. We have past pain that is usually buried very deeply. And the trigger gives us the freedom or gives us the opportunity for the pain and our reaction to the pain to come to the surface, where we feel it more obviously. So we're influenced by it, by the pain, even though it's buried and even though we couldn't possibly identify what the pain was that is buried. You stop somebody who gets enraged in traffic, stop them right there, pull them over with a police car, pull them out of the car, set them down in a chair, give them a glass of lemonade, calm them down and say, so what event in your past provoked your overreaction to the guy who just cut you off? He would have absolutely no idea what you were talking about. If you explained PCSD to him, would he be able to identify the individual event or wound that was buried in the past and came up then? No. This stuff happens unconsciously, which actually makes it worse. If we're conscious of something hurting us, well, we can do something about it. If there's a tack lying there on the floor and I can see the tack, well, then I can just choose not to step on it. But if I don't see the tack, if I'm blind, and people are scattering tacks everywhere I go, that becomes pretty traumatic. Who wants to spend their lives just reacting, living in constant PCSD, which most of us do? This isn't just 3% of us. This is 98 or 99% of us. Who wants to spend their lives just reacting like a leaf being blown in the wind or a piece of garbage being kicked down the street? Actually, more directly, do you want to live like that? You can be triggered, which means react. You can be triggered for the rest of your life, or you can get a life. What I just said is so important, I'm going to say it again. You can be triggered for the rest of your life. You can just react to stuff like a leaf blown in the wind. Or you can learn to get a life and make real choices. Oh, now I'm going to say something even more important, more related to you as a parent. You can continue down a path of not knowing how to unconditionally love your child. Notice, I'm not implying at any point that people are out there knowingly abusing their children or neglecting them. But when our children's behavior screams that they're not feeling loved, then it's clear that we have some part in it. So you have another choice. You can continue ignorantly to wound your child so that they are triggered for the rest of their lives and do nothing but react and live in PCSD, or you can get a life and get loved so that you can love your children and they can have a life and not spend the rest of their lives living in PCSD. We're going to talk much more about this in later chapters. And again, I recommend the entire book, Real Love and PCSD. So disappointment and irritation and anger and frustration and all the other words that we use to describe anger in more socially acceptable ways, it's still anger. It's anger all the way from throwing a bottle against the wall and screaming at a child to just rolling your eyes. It's all anger. And children feel it that way. They're very binary. They're devastating to a child and to adults. We may actually think we hide these feelings from our children, disappointment and irritation. Many parents have said to me, with a straight face, of course, well, I was really angry when the child did whatever, but I didn't show it. You did. And your children are far more sensitive to your being angry than you are. We're just kidding ourselves when we think that we're hiding it. The difference between unconditional acceptance and irritation is unmistakable, especially to a child. As adults, we're pretty good at telling the difference too, but children, it's black and white. It is life or death. Life or. The expression is often said it's a matter of life and death, and that's always confused me. I think it just became grammatically acceptable, but no, you choose one or the other. You can't choose them both. It's a matter of life or death. It's not a fine line between unconditional acceptance and even the mildest irritation. It's a line as fine as the Grand Canyon, and every child can feel it. Specific example. I know a woman who was raised in a chaotic emotional environment, highly unpredictable, out of her control all the time. Things, anger and events and yelling and criticism and stuff was going on. She just felt utterly helpless for her entire childhood. There were no beatings. There was no sexual abuse. There was no screaming, but constant disapproval, irritation, criticism, which are emotionally violent, just as violent as being in a war for a soldier. For a child, it is, and she felt it. She tried to defend herself constantly by doing what we all do when we feel afraid, by lying and running and acting like a victim and whining and withdrawal. And she learned to do those things as a child, but the older we get, the more skilled we become at these behaviors. She spent her entire life in some form of behavior that might control the trauma around her. So she was constantly hypervigilant, constantly afraid and apprehensive, which is the essence of both PTSD and PCSD. She lost a marriage. She was in the process, when I met her, of ruining a child. She lost a job. Then she learned about real love. Children are destroyed for life by just our being afraid. A woman once called me and she said, something happened the other day that I didn't understand. She said, I was at a stoplight and somebody ahead of me did something stupid and I screamed and yelled at them, and when the light turned green and we started moving, I looked in the mirror and my child in the car seat behind me was in tears. Now, I hadn't yelled at my child. I'd yelled at the other driver. She said, why was he crying? And I said, love is like air to a child. And you're either giving your child air or you're not. And in the moment that you are yelling at the other driver, you sucked all the love, all the air out of the car and traumatized your child. She said, well, I didn't mean to. I said, given, I got that. I understand it. I believe you, completely unconscious, but it was still that bad. You've proven it yourself by telling me the story. Your child was in tears at you yelling at somebody that the child couldn't even see. I'm not exaggerating the effect of these childhood wounds of simply being neglected or being the recipient of anything other than love. I don't need to go through all the things, criticism and anger and irritation, just not love. That's traumatizing. You get sucked out into space when you're in a spaceship. Nothing has to hit you. You just die from lack of air, lack of heat. Pfft, you're dead, unless you have your helmet and your suit on. I had more and more experience with her. And with real love, the pain was first removed as she felt loved, then healed, and then no longer drove her. Let's do that again. As she felt loved, the pain was gone. So like the little child in the car seat. Okay, so now the oxygen's back. But she had wounds that were really deep. And as she felt safe and felt less pain on a consistent basis, and she allowed her pain from the past to go from a condition of hidden to talking about it, her wounds were also now healed, because just simply the removal of pain, that's pretty easy. I can do that with morphine with, pretty much anybody. But morphine doesn't heal by itself. It just removes pain. So she got rid of her pain. Then her pain began to, actually the wounds began to heal, because it's the wounds that produce the pain. And then she no longer felt driven by her pain. In other words, she didn't keep acting like she had PCSD all the time. So instead of just reacting all the time to perceived or possible pain every minute of the day, which is how she lived when I met her, she learned to make choices. That changes everything. Let me give you just a little more feeling of how PCSD can be generated and teach you just a little bit more about its effects. Recently, I was talking to a woman who had been raised by parents I know well. So I'm talking to this woman and I know her parents. So that kind of changes things. I know the background behind almost every word she's saying, in some cases better than she does. She said she could never remember having been happy. Now this is, after 30-something years. I'm pretty sure I've never been genuinely happy, she said. Now, it took her a while practicing, learning real love before she could say that, because she could see what happy people looked like. Prior to being introduced to real love, she didn't even know she hadn't been happy because, well, you're ignorant. If you've never seen a thing, how do you know that you haven't had a thing? How do you know how much ultraviolet radiation there is in the room if you can't see it? So as a teenager, she got a boyfriend, and he was just living death. He was like living with a barrel of toxic waste. It was just really awful. She found real love, mostly accepted it, but still unhappy quite a bit. And she kept wondering why she tended to be so automatically defensive. Now, I don't mean to do this in a way that's alarming, but people who have PTSD, when there's a loud noise. They don't process the loud noise and then decide how to react to it. It's boom. It's a reflex. It's faster than their brain can process, much like a knee-jerk reflex happens when you tap the patellar tendon and your foot moves out before your brain knows your knee has been hit. And that's what people with PCSD do. They react that fast. Poof, they're defensive. And then later, even if they're acquainted with what PCSD is, later they say, oh, I guess I was kind of defensive, wasn't I? By a lot, yes. Now remember, I know her parents. She was strikingly ignorant of what her childhood had been like. Now, that may sound really strange. I understood her childhood way better than she did, not a little. And she was there for the whole thing, but actually not. Because picture, she's had PCSD from the time she was, we'll make it up, 1. And so she has spent her entire life. There's actually a test that they do when newborns are born. And I cannot now remember the name of the reflex. I think it's actually called the startle reflex. And they take a baby. It's a test of their neurologic condition. And they actually drop the baby, holding the baby. They drop the baby like 2 inches. It's not like they drop them on the ground and go, oh, wow, that was unfortunate. And the baby immediately throws their arms out, eyes open, and scream like you would expect somebody to do who'd been, say, stabbed. It's an automatic, normal neurologic reflex. Well, we react that way emotionally. This girl had spent her entire life in that kind of reflex. So startled, so defensive. Have you ever been completely frightened? They've done studies where they've, for example, had somebody act out a part and come in and commit a robbery, hold a room hostage. I'm not sure you could get away with doing some of these studies now. Scream fire, do things that completely frighten a room, and then individually interview every person in the room afterward. And let's say there are 30 people. They get 30 strikingly different accounts. They get people who actually, let's say there was one assailant who held a gun to the head of the teacher. They make up the number of people who came in the room. 4 men came in the room when it was 1. And he was tall. Wasn't tall at all. He was wearing black. It wasn't black. When we're afraid, we make stuff up, or just as commonly, we bury it. Bury it like way deep in the earth. She had buried her childhood. She had really pretty much no memories till she was, 15. She couldn't remember being happy because, well, she never had been. And I said to her, I know your father. I know him well. He criticizes everything. This man criticizes noon. He's demeaning, he's condescending, he's angry, and he had to have treated you like that as a child. She said, I don't remember. I don't have any memory of him treating me like that. No, she wouldn't, for 2 reasons. 1, it's the only thing she knew, so it wouldn't have stood out. And second, it was so awful, she buried it. I said to her, I don't need to hear a single story about your childhood because I know him. Because I've watched him do it with me. He didn't just do it with you. He does it with your mother. He does it with your siblings. He does it with me. I've watched him do it with other people on the phone. So I know, all caps, I know for a fact that he did that with you as a child. There's no doubt. There's no way that he was critical and condescending and demeaning with every single person on earth except for you. And even if he didn't do it all the time, which frankly he did because I watched him, he does it all the time with every breath. Let's say he didn't. You would have lived in mortal terror of the next assault. So it would have felt like all the time anyway. It's like being smacked in the head with a hammer only every 5 to 10 seconds. What would your memory be later? That you were hit in the head all the time? Well, if you were hit in the head enough times, I suppose you wouldn't have any memory of it at all, which is really not a bad comparison to PCSD. In war, it's not uncommon at all for men to have gotten severe PTSD, even though they were never shot, never wounded, and never saw a buddy next to them blown up. One common cause was just an artillery barrage with the constant whistling and explosion of artillery shells for days. The movies can't begin to do justice to the noise of battle. Can't even touch it. You'll watch people in a room and they'll shoot an assault rifle, or they'll shoot a 9mm pistol, which is nothing compared to an assault rifle. My kids, when they were younger, we used to, in this very room where I sit right now, throw knives, throwing hatchets, and occasionally we would shoot guns at a target at the end of the room that could absorb the rounds. It turns out that just a pistol makes an incredible noise. An assault rifle will leave your ears ringing for hours unless your hearing is protected. An artillery barrage is something you'll never forget. The explosion is so loud your whole body moves just from the sound. If you're close enough, you'll feel the concussion of the explosion. It's terrifying. So these men live in constant fear. Well, for one thing, they live in constant noise and concussion and sounds, and then constant fear of being wounded or dead, even if none of those things actually happened. And it has left many men utterly paralyzed, in many cases affected for life. And that's without being hit. That's just from the threat. So I communicated to her, you got both. You did get wounded regularly, and you had to live with the constant threat that you were about to be wounded. That causes incalculable harm. And if you're listening to the sound of my voice right now, you have experienced some version of this. You have, either a little or a lot. The fact that you can't remember it means actually nothing. We are very often hurt most by the wounds we don't recall because they happened to us when we were younger. And I finished with her by saying, that's why you're still not quite willing to let go and entirely trust somebody. You're waiting for the next artillery shell to go off. You're afraid of the next shell, even if you're not being hurt right now. It's just the nature of PCSD. One of the things I'm saying here in this clip that you just saw and elsewhere is that your child and you could likely, in fact, very likely, be suffering from significant PCSD without remembering a single notably traumatic event. It seems almost like unfair. It's like that there's a computer program running in the background interfering with everything you're doing, or like in the quote that I used from Thomas Wolfe, there's a script that's being played and you're participating in a play that you're not entirely aware of. That's a little annoying. But we can learn to deal with it. We don't need to be constantly saying, why did I this? Why did I that? Why? Like I said earlier, if it's an unusually emotional response to a given event, it's the past. There, we've answered the why. That's the why pretty much every time. So we don't need to overanalyze that. These traumatic events that have affected us for the rest of our lives are usually not a big visible thing. Child services wouldn't notice if they were in your home. It can be as simple as just tension in the house. I have walked into homes where I have immediately thought, whoa, this place is electric with tension, conflict, something, without anybody speaking. Just the tension, just the relative lack of unconditional love in a home can seem like an artillery barrage to a child. Children can feel parents fighting in the next room, even if they can't hear a word that's being said. And in some cases, if they can only hear just occasionally, just a slight hint of a tone from the next room. Are we that sensitive? Yeah. Can we change this insanity? We'll get to that about how to do it, but the short answer for now is yes. Yes, there is hope. A parenthetical comment here. The more you learn about unconditional love as it applies to you, your partnership, your parenting, the more you'll be tempted to think that you've really screwed up your life and your kids. Well, welcome to learning. The more we learn, the more stupid we realize we've been. There's no way around that. As we learn new things, we see things in the past and go, wow, he's even dumber than I thought, because of the realization of something new in the present. The more stupid we realize that we are because we just didn't know anything before. In the past, we were just blissfully ignorant of what we didn't know. It must be those danged kids. But the more we learn, the more our ignorance is exposed. In fact, sometimes brutally exposed. We feel stupid. Sometimes we just don't want to keep learning more. Some people will go through the introduction, the sales page alone of this ridiculously effective parenting training and go, I don't think I can take anymore. I get it. In the back of my house, there's a kitchen that extends out from the house. So it's a second story thing, and it extends out several feet. And it's supported by great big 6x6 posts, about like yay big. And they're pressure treated posts. And, you'd think, well, you put the posts in and they're treated so that they don't rot. And except that in Georgia, eventually everything rots. And I began to think, I really need to check the bottom of those posts, even though they've been painted, even though they look okay, even though there's no sagging in the kitchen. I really need to check those posts to see if they need some work. It's embarrassing to admit, but for 2 years, that sat on my to-do list. All you have to do is to take a nail or some sharp object and just poke it into the wood and see what happens. If the wood is solid, well, then the nail goes in, this much or none. If the wood is rotten, the nail just disappears or it goes in a really big distance. So after putting it off for 2 years, I finally went, and went downstairs and just pushed the nail in and kept pushing the nail in and pushed it right through to the other side. In other words, the posts were significantly rotten, especially rotten in that one place. Fortunately, they were structurally sound in some other places so that the kitchen didn't, one day just fall over into the backyard. Unless we're willing to face the truth about ourselves and the effect that we've had on our children, it's not like the problem just goes away. The rot increases. Had I continued to ignore that task, my kitchen, the entire kitchen and dining room would have fallen into the backyard. We have to face it, no matter how hard it is. And you're doing that just by being here. Now, sometimes you might be tempted to think, well, you're saying something you've said before. Yes, and you might be one of those people who catches it the first time. But for most people watching this, these principles are absolutely revolutionary. The idea that that bratty, difficult, addicted, whatever child, that their behavior was caused by us is radical. Not to mention, well, embarrassing, humiliating, and we don't want to face it at all. But we have to if we want to do anything about it. We feel stupid. I get it. Keep going. We'll always be stupid to some degree. But if we focus on the learning and growing, we learn that making mistakes is just the price we pay for achieving more joy. So your children, like virtually every other child on the planet, your children have heard, "I don't love you" from you on many, many occasions. You don't even want to know how many, because it's way more than you think, more than you could possibly realize, way more than you could possibly remember. We don't remember even 1% of the traumatic events that have happened to us. And if one person hits another person in the face with a shovel, I promise you the person who got hit in the face with a shovel will remember it longer and better than the person who swung the shovel. So if we don't remember the ones that happened to us very well, imagine how many have happened to them. And they remember more, and yet still only a small percent. They do not feel loved unconditionally, or you wouldn't be here watching this. And that emptiness and pain affect them far more than you can imagine. I did the same with my children when they were young. Hurt them by being just less than loving. Doesn't matter how. Sometimes neglectful, sometimes accusatory, sometimes blaming, sometimes angry. I hurt them far more than I remember. PCSD has continued to affect them, my children and yours, and will for the rest of their lives, except that now you're doing something about it. You're a hero. No exaggeration, because very few parents have the courage to do this. Very few parents have the courage to take the nail and shove it into the wood to see if there's any rot there, because in this case, you're shoving the nail into you. And most of us aren't eager to do that. What I just said about how anger hurts your children and how you hurt your children is about the hardest thing in the world for a parent to swallow. But we have to start with it, admitting that we have not been loving over and over again and in different ways. Everything we build from now on as we learn how to be better parents has to be founded on the truth, which means we have to admit that we've been wrong. Believe me, I understand. Let me make a comparison, and because I read a lot of history, I'm going to give you a historical comparison, and we'll make it pretty simple because history is not everybody's favorite subject. But everybody, at least in the United States, knows about the Vietnam War. It lasted from about 1954 to 1975. It depends on what you call starts. With 58,000 plus American men and women who died and 304,000 wounded, mostly in the last 10 years of the war. In 1967, a study was done by the Department of Defense detailing the U.S. political and military involvement in Vietnam. So this study just illustrated how involved we are. It demonstrated that presidents, this is quite a list, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon, that's a lot of administrations, most of which were 8 years long, hid from the American public the extent of the United States involvement in the Vietnam War. Why? Why would they hide it? If we were fighting for some noble cause, why hide the involvement? Because our real reasons were not noble. That's why. Now, this applies to us. We hide what we do, the unkind behaviors that we do with our children, because deep down we know that they're not especially noble. but consciously we hide them. Our real reasons were not noble, not to stop the advance. Now I'm talking about the Vietnam War again, not to stop the advance of communism and to help the people of South Vietnam, which I was told when I was a teenager in the middle of the war. One senior author of the study, this is somebody who really knew what they were talking about because they had access to all of the information, stated in 1965, halfway through the war, when it could have been stopped, that these were the goals. I'm going to state them in a minute. These were the goals of the military in Vietnam at the time, right smack in the middle of the war when it was going like crazy. The motivation was 10% for the benefit of the people of South Vietnam. In other words, America was at least 10% really trying to help the people of South Vietnam from not being overrun by the communist regime in North Vietnam. 20% was to halt the advance of communism. And 70% of the motivation for the war, embarrassingly, was to avoid the humiliation of simply losing a war. It turns out that the primary reason then for the continuation of a war for 20 years, where 300,000 men were wounded and 58,000 men were killed, enormous loss of life and literally limb, is very likely to have been the simple avoidance of one side admitting they were wrong. Staggering. All those men who lost their lives, all those men who suffered PTSD, simply because the government was not willing to say, this really isn't a good thing to be doing, but we're going to keep fighting because we don't want to be seen as losers. We just weren't willing to admit that we were wrong. Can you see the correlation to parenting? We've all been parenting a certain way all of our adult lives. And why? Well, much like the analysis of the Vietnam War. Partly, we genuinely care about our kids, just like the United States genuinely cared to some degree about the citizens of South Vietnam. Partly because it's all we know. But mostly, we simply do not want to suffer the humiliation of admitting that we might be dead wrong and that we need to learn something better. The time is now. We can keep parenting the old ways, which do not work, or we can get humble and learn what would work much better. Now, did you catch the difficult phrase? Or we can be humble. That's very difficult for us to do. Because when we've been humble in the past, when we've been vulnerable, we've been hurt. So we defend ourselves. We defend our position even though it's just dead wrong. So now, take a breath. Do not, I'm going to say it again, do not feel bad about yourself as a parent. Waste of time. Before you either feel defensive about not loving your children unconditionally or you beat yourself up about it, either one, let me hasten to say that there is no reason to feel bad here. Don't do it. 1, no defending of yourself. Like, here's an example of defending. I never told my children I didn't love them. Oh, yeah, you really did. Maybe not with those words, but you did it with choice of other words, with silence, with sulking, with withdrawal, with tone of voice, with the volume of your speaking, by ignoring them, by over-controlling them, whatever. You expressed the phrase, I don't love you, thousands of times. Not 9 times, thousands of times. It doesn't take beatings or screaming or throwing kids down the stairs to wound them. And 2, so no defending. 2, no beating yourself up. Uncounted parents have said to me, I am horrified at what I've done. That's just all a foolish waste of time and emotional energy. You did the best you could with what you had at the time. Done. You did the best you could. I'm suggesting that a new grammatical rule be introduced into the English language, or perhaps every other language on earth. You'd have to translate it. After the phrase, I did my best, you can't in the same sentence have the word but, because that's what we do. Well, yeah, I did my best, but I hurt my children. No, you did your best. That's all you can do in any given moment of your life. I've never met a single parent who gets up in the morning and says to himself or herself, I'm feeling pretty loved today. I could share that love with my children and fill their lives with joy, but, nah. I'm going to keep the love to myself and put them in therapy for the rest of their lives. No parent does that, including you. You've loved your children as well as you could, but the fact is, you couldn't give them what you didn't have yourself. It wasn't your fault. I'm not here to make excuses for you. If you're sitting probably 1,000 miles or more from me right now, it's very unlikely I know you. So why would I defend you? I'm not making excuses. I'm not trying to make you feel better about yourself. No, like I said, everything is founded on the truth. And that's the simple truth. You did the best you could. We deal here in truth and in love. That's what changes lives. If we don't build everything we're going to do on that foundation, truth and love, we lose. If I try to make you feel better, it sounds temptingly charming, doesn't it? I'm here to make you feel better. Oh, aren't I a nice guy? No. If I'm here to make you feel better, then my goal is to make, which means manipulate you, to do something. My goal is not to tell the truth and to genuinely love you. And that foundation, trying to make you feel better, is sand. If my goal is to make you feel better and I don't, then I'm going to start to manipulate you to make you feel better. And the more I manipulate, the less I use the truth. So that's not my goal. We're going to deal in the truth and love. We're going to build a foundation of rock or concrete so that when it rains, the house stays up. If we build the foundation on sand, we're here to make ourselves feel better. The house will fall when it rains. We can't give what we ain't got. The fact that you become irritated at your children is absolute proof that you don't have enough real love in your own life, a condition that has very likely existed from the time you were a young child yourself. No, not very likely. It's utterly certain. They've even shown that people with PTSD, the kind that results from an obvious trauma, as opposed to PCSD, which is your entire childhood, people with PTSD are far more likely, a lot, to have had what they call, now remember, these are people doing studies who don't even know what unconditional love is. People are more likely to have PTSD who have had what they call unstable childhoods. Well, their criteria for unstable childhood, they're terrible. It's beatings and being in foster homes, and they didn't even address real love because they didn't know what it was. In other words, PCSD very often leads to PTSD if there's a sufficiently traumatic event. Now, I got to talk some more about you doing your best as a parent. Just got to do it because this subject just kills us. A parent wrote me about how she just couldn't live with the fact that she had hurt her young son, Jake, in the past, and that while she was learning, she would almost certainly hurt him again. Yeah, she said, I don't think I can take hurting him some more. I said, well, then you're dead. Why start? There is no other way to learn parenting but to practice. And practice is what we do when we're not perfect. So practice means making mistakes. You will. It can't be done. Practice can't be done in your head. You can't learn to be loving just in your head. You have to feel the pain of making a mistake with your child, feel the pain of hurting that innocent little boy. Remember, I was talking to the mother of a little boy. And then letting love heal you while you hurt. That's a lot I just said. Feel the love while you're hurt. Love from people who have it. And we're going to talk more about that in later chapters. This learning to be a parent is not just a cognitive function, but partly so. Remember, sometimes when you realize that you've hurt Jake in the past, you can remember some of those times, you could hardly live with that notion, but you learned from it. You were loved by other people, including me, while you felt bad. And now you don't feel as bad, precisely because you talked about it. You've experienced already the love and the healing. And now you have to just keep going. Is it potentially painful? Yes. But it's also indispensable. There's no other way. There's no way to learn to be a parent except at the expense of your children. Just like you can't learn to play the piano without making lots of mistakes. You can't learn to hit a tennis ball or a baseball or do pretty much anything without going through the process of learning, which means making mistakes. Another way to say this, the more you do this work, the more mistakes you'll make. Because the more you do this work, the more confident you become and the more things you try. And as you try things in the process of learning, you'll make more mistakes. Unavoidable. But you can avoid feeling bad about it. Now, more about responsibility. And let's go back to talking about Jake's mom, the woman I was just talking about. So I'm talking to her. First, let's talk about Jake, your young son. We like to talk about how we always have a choice. In fact, we just love that idea, that we're different from animals and trees and rocks because of all those things, we have the greatest free will. We all believe in it. I've stood up in front of audiences and said, how many of you believe in free will? Everybody raises their hand. How many of you don't believe in free will? Nobody raises their hand. But I got to tell you, on the whole, free will is a myth. There is no free will if two choices aren't visible. Does a prisoner in a prison cell have free will about going home? No, he doesn't have a choice, so he doesn't have free will about that. That one's pretty obvious. But in real everyday life, actually every minute life, there's very little free will. If you make a big mistake with Jake, you're unkind to him. Does he choose how he feels? Does he exercise free will in how he feels? No. Mostly unlike the case with adults. He doesn't have free will. Adults are an exception only if they're informed, and we'll get to that later. Jake is a child, your child. He was trained by you in every way. So he doesn't really have full choice yet. So you do hurt him. You do make him feel afraid or sad. So what am I saying? Are you responsible for how Jake feels? Now, he's a little kid, I think 3 or 4 years old at the time, if I remember. Are you responsible for how he feels? Yes. Again, unlike when you're interacting with adults who, with time and experience and practice and training, do have more choice. So you are responsible for how Jake feels, but do you need to feel guilty? Pay attention to this, every parent. No, you don't. Why? Well, we just got through talking about this. You and I, you who are watching this, have talked about this, and she and I, Jake's mother, talked about it. You don't need to feel guilty because you did your best. You are responsible for how he feels, but you have no need for guilt because you did your best. How can I possibly feel guilty for doing my best? When I first learned to play tennis, I would mishit or absolutely just miss the ball much of the time because I didn't know any better. Did I feel guilty for mishitting the ball? No, I was just learning to play. I know how to play the piano fairly well. If you sit down and I'm just teaching you how to play the piano and I give you a really difficult piece to play, are you going to make mistakes? You're going to make pretty much nothing but mistakes. Do you need to feel guilty? No, because you're doing the best you can. Your teacher's an idiot. That's me. I shouldn't have given you a difficult piece. We should start with something that's easier because learning is easier when you're making mistakes now and again, not constantly. So it really sounds counterintuitive, certainly unlike anything you've known, but it's true what I've been saying. How? You are responsible for your child's love and ability to choose, but you really, really did your best. Not an excuse, just an explanation for why you blew your responsibility, because you did blow it. You made a mistake. The best is all we've got. Many people say to me, oh, maybe I did my best, but, and like I said, we're going to institute a new rule. You don't get to say, I did my best and but in the same sentence. So what now? We keep going. We gain ability to make real choices only with loving and teaching. Only as I am loved and taught can I learn to make better choices. So I had a tennis teacher, for example. I got to a certain place in playing tennis where I just wasn't getting any better. So I got somebody to teach me, and he just patiently showed me in the beginning how I was doing, well, let me think, everything wrong. I didn't do a single thing right. I didn't breathe right, stand right, run right, stop, forehand, backhand. I did everything wrong. And then he wasn't irritated with me. He just patiently kept showing me how to hit, say, a backhand over and over and over again until I learned to hit a backhand. Until, of course, then he would hit a ball to my backhand harder. And then I would make a mistake, and so I would practice that again and again and again until I could hit a backhand when the speed of the ball was higher. We gain the ability to make real choices. I gained the ability to hit a backhand with a ball coming at me very fast, only with loving and teaching. We've talked about how they have to come together. What if my teacher had screamed at me, "You are such an idiot," every time I made a mistake? I would have spent too much time in my head reacting to the screaming, "I don't love you," and wouldn't have been able to hear his instruction. You can control only what you choose as you grow in love and knowledge. And that's exactly what I'm doing right now with you. It may be a little bit difficult for you to feel, but most of you, as I'm speaking to you, right now can feel that I don't just care about this subject, I care about you. You can feel a different tone of voice than, say, for example, maybe your high school trigonometry teacher who got impatient with you when you screwed up and you got sine and cosine confused. You can feel that you're learning this, that you're learning to be a better parent, that you learning to be a happier person matters to me. In short, you matter to me. Right now, I'm loving and teaching you in much the same way and in the same tone that you'll use as you love and teach your children. Play that back starting about 60 seconds ago and get that feel, or maybe 2 minutes ago. In the process of feeling more loved and learning more choices, sometimes you will hurt other people. You will. You will regret it, but only for a moment. You go, I made a mistake. That wasn't really very smart, but you were doing your best at the time. You learn from it, and then you move on. If you wallow in guilt, well, you're wallowing in the pigsty, the mud hole of guilt. You can't move on because you're stuck in the guilt. So it's a stupid thing to do. We're all in this together. We're doing our best. Oh, how our perspectives would change if we realized that. I'm doing my best with you. You're doing your best with your child. Your child is doing his or her best. We wouldn't feel guilty. We wouldn't be angry at other people because they're doing their best. Now, in the next chapter, I'm going to talk more about some of your children's specific difficult and unhappy behaviors and why they happen. And I'm going to talk about how you can find the love that you need in order to be loving and teaching. And in succeeding chapters, we'll talk about what you can do to change everything about your parenting, not exaggerating. Now, how's that going to happen? Can we really change everything? I really love this answer. Yeah, we can. How do I know that's possible? Well, because I've seen thousands of people do it. So once you've seen a thing happen, you know it's possible, don't you? And if they can do it, and it wasn't an exceptional sample of people, I just deal with people as they come. If they can do it, so can you. The people who succeeded did just two things. They were, one, willing to learn how to feel loved and to be loving and to teach. And two, they were consistent in applying the principles to their children. Absolutely consistent, like gravity is consistent. These successful parents were not more intelligent or talented or wealthier. That didn't distinguish the people who were successful in learning how to parent. They were willing and consistent. That's it. If you can summon those, you'll win. If you are really ready to hear what I'm talking about, if you're really willing to hear what I'm talking about, and will learn to consistently apply it, you will succeed. You will change as you learn and listen and as you're willing. And then your children will change. So let's look at that. First, you will feel loved. Then you will learn new choices. Notice it's love and teach again, because how do you learn new choices? You're taught them. It's love and teach over and over again. You're going to hear me use some variation of that. I could call it a phrase, but I've made it one word, love and teach. You're going to hear it hundreds of times because it's that critical. You're going to hear many variations of this. So why do I repeat it? Because the fact that we don't know how to love and teach is why we're here. It's why our children are the way they are. It's all for your benefit. Remember, I'm loving you right now. And what did I say that you had to do first? First, you need to feel loved. Then you need to learn new choices. So it's really critical. It's indispensable that as you and I talk, you hear what a loving tone is. I was out in the backyard one day with somebody, and I was teaching them to do something. I don't know, run a chainsaw or a log splitter or shovel gravel or whatever it was. And I said, you did that very well. Now, why did I do that? To praise them? No, just so that they'd know what doing that very well looked like, because they'd never done it before. And then after a little while, they did something not so very well, and I showed them how the way they did it could lead to, well, unpleasant consequences for the situation, the environment, the thing, and could possibly lead to injury. And I explained it in exactly this tone. And this, roughly 45-year-old man looked at me and said, nobody in my life ever, and this is one of the reasons that I say real love is so uncommon. He said, nobody in my entire 45 years has ever told me I did something well without wanting something in return, without being all goofy and making a game of it so that I would like them. Nor has anybody ever told me that I was doing something wrong without some sense of impatience. That's how rare it is to be genuinely loved and taught. I'm loving you now. Pay attention to the tone. I'll be doing it more in the future by video, in written answers as you subscribe to the website that we're going to have available for you, or have available for you now, in seminars, and I will teach you. So I will love you and teach you in the same ways you'll be loving and teaching your children. Then, as you feel loved, as you read on the slide, as you learn new choices, your children will change as you learn to love them and teach them. Or, again, we can make it one word, love and teach. This eventually just becomes one word that you use all the time. Your children will probably get as tired of hearing it as you are already. Love and teach. Notice that so far I'm making this all about you. I'm not talking about what your children need to do differently at all, am I? I'm making it all about you because you're the one who's here watching this training, not your children. This isn't called ridiculously effective childrenness. It's parenting. You're the one here. You're the parent. It's not their job to change what's happening in a parent-child relationship. This gives you a lot of responsibility. But right now, I'm going to make a point that could help you a lot if you remember it. Your children can't change until you love them and teach them. I've said that before. But you can't do that, love and teach them, until you first, same slide again, feel loved. Till you feel loved. We're going to talk about that in the very next chapter. When I first structured this training, I made teaching you how to feel loved chapter 5. And then I realized that all through chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4, I kept saying, we're going to get to that. You can only say we're going to get to that so long before people are going, why don't we get to it now? We're going to get to how you're going to feel loved in the very next chapter, which isn't very long from now. And you learn new choices. So back to where we were a few seconds ago. How can you do this? How can you feel loved? That's in the next chapter. It takes time, lots of resources, which I will not only describe, but will provide. So what can you learn right now that will help you become a better parent? Who can help your kids so that they feel more loved and they can learn new choices? Before you can feel and behave differently, you have to learn to see differently. You have to change your perspective. How we see a thing determines how we respond to a thing. So let's do that right now. Take a look at this slide. Event, judgment, feeling, reaction. Events lead to the formation of judgments, which are then immediately followed by feelings, and we react to the feelings that we have. Now, just let that sit in the corner of your mind. Somewhere in your mind, you're going, that kind of makes sense, but we're going to explain it a lot more. We'll start with how we believe now, and then I'll be showing you how you can learn a new principle in like 2 minutes that can begin, at least, to change the way you see everything. That's a pretty big thing to say. You proved that already as you changed your judgment completely in the story of the drowning man. Initially, you judged that he was selfish and inconvenient because he was splashing water on you, and who could be that stupid? Perhaps you were even annoyed. But the instant that you saw his situation, that he was drowning, your judgment changed 180 degrees from angry to accepting to caring. Angry to caring in that there was no effort. You didn't have to work at changing the way you felt toward the drowning person, the way you responded to them. You didn't require that he apologize to you. You didn't require that he feel guilty about getting your shoes wet. You can change your judgments about your children and your parenting in a very similar way and as easily and quickly. As we look at this slide, let's talk about how the judgment of the drowning man changed everything. The initial judgment that you made was, there's this fool in the water next to me trying to get me wet and disturbing my day and ruining my vacation. That was your initial judgment, which means a valuation or an assessment of an event that has occurred. The event was just simply water coming out of the pool and landing on you. That's the event. The judgment you formed was, this person is making my life uncomfortable or even miserable. As soon as you stood up, your judgment changed to, whoa, he's drowning. As soon as you changed the judgment, now, how long did it take you to change your judgment? As long as it took you to, it's kind of hard to get out of lawn chairs. You adjusted yourself. As soon as you stood up to where you could see the man in the pool, your judgment then changed like that. It was immediate. He's drowning. How could you be angry at somebody for drowning? And the instant your judgment is different, the man is drowning. Your feeling changed from irritation to compassion and caring and a desire to help. How long did it take your feeling to change? Again, an instant. And so did your reaction. See how they all quickly follow from the judgment? If you have a judgment that he's trying to hurt you, then all the rest of it follows. The feeling is irritation, and then the reaction is irritation or to move or to say something unkind to the man. When your judgment is, oh, well, he's in trouble, your feeling is compassion, and immediately you want to help him. From standing and telling him to stop being a jerk, you changed to wanting to help him in a moment. So what we believe, our judgments, is everything in determining how we feel and how we respond to things and people, like, let's say, our children. It's not the events or things or people that make us angry. I repeat, because this is virtually an axiom in the real world. Other people make us feel a way. A difficult situation makes us feel a way. When it suddenly rains during a picnic, that makes me feel angry. It's all a lie. It is not the events or things or people in our lives that make us angry or, frankly, anything else. It's a universally accepted phrase that when somebody says, "You make me so angry," it must be true. Well, if we say that to the person we're angry at, they'll argue. But if we say, "He makes me so angry," everybody believes that. It's a lie. And it's a lie that's killing us. It's the way we judge the events that happen. That's what determines how we feel. And we judge events not according to their geometry. We don't say, that thing looks unusually cubic. That just infuriates me. It doesn't even make sense. We don't judge things according to their geometry, according to their color, rarely, their geography, their aesthetics. We tend to judge things most strongly according to how they will affect us. In other words, will this thing, this person, this situation, this event hurt me? That's the question we ask. And we're not even aware that we're asking it. But we do. If we judge that a thing is going to hurt us, just out of our peripheral vision, we see a lion or a tiger leaping in the air toward us. Pretty quick judgment that we're in danger, and we go to fear, and then our feelings immediately determined, and then we react. Some people would freeze, some people would run, some people would pull their gun, whatever. We judge things according to how they will affect us, especially according to whether they will hurt us or help us. That's how we judge things. So it's critical to ask, what do we believe now about parenting? What are our judgments? As I talk about some specific examples, picture your own situation with whatever child is difficult for you right now. It might be several children, but pick one. And you'll learn from the example that I'm using. So let's go back to the example we've used several times, because I could pick really any example and I could show you how it applies to you. Let's go back to Amanda and to those two kids who are always fighting. They're in the next room. They're loudly arguing again, the mother would say for the millionth time. And Amanda begins to steam. She says, "I have told these kids 1,000,000 times that," and you can fill in the sentence because you've heard sentences begin like that 1,000,000 times. Sounds very familiar, doesn't it? Here's a trick question. Why is she angry? The normal answer given by the rest of us is because the kids are in the next room arguing and fighting again after she's told them 1,000,000 times not to. The real reason is because she doesn't feel loved herself. That's why. She's in pain from a lifetime of PCSD, and not because the kids are loud or fighting. A lifetime of PCSD events that preceded the birth of the children. Although she does judge that the kids fighting, A, is inconvenient and will require her to get up from whatever she's doing that's more important and have to address it. That's her judgment. I'm going to have to get up and talk to these kids again. B, they're going to do this for the rest of my life and inconvenience me. C, the fact that they keep arguing, despite my telling them 1,000,000 times not to, proves that I'm a bad mother. Now, that last one, every parent thinks it. Every parent makes that judgment, but they may not be consciously aware that they're making that judgment. Those are all current judgments of the event. So remember, event, judgment, feeling, reaction. The event is the fighting that the two kids are doing in the next room. Her judgments are those things that we said, it's inconvenient, she's got to get up, she's a terrible mother. But other people do not make us angry. Our choice is based on the judgment we make. We've talked about that amply in the last few minutes. But what if we were taught our judgments? In other words, we didn't come up with them on our own. They were given to us. The software was just simply downloaded into our computers. What if we were taught our judgments and we only have what we were taught? That's it. Well, then we're not really making a choice, are we? No, we're just automatically reacting. Like Amanda learned her judgments about life and about, well, pretty much every situation in it from her mother. And those judgments are all that Amanda has. If all we have is what we were taught, there is no choice. She's not making a choice, she's reacting. Hence, our need to be loved and taught new judgments, true judgments. Look at her judgments. Oh, these kids are just so inconvenient. That's not a true judgment. She chose to bring them into the world. They're not an inconvenience. They're a privilege. They're the jewels of her life. So that judgment's wrong, but that's what she was taught. They're going to do this for the rest of my life and inconvenience me. Well, that actually might be true. But it's a judgment that she was taught that then led to her negative feelings. And they're arguing, the last judgment makes me a bad mother. No, it just means that I learned how to be a mother really well. I learned well from my mother who did not know how to love and teach. See? Just like if I'd had a really crummy tennis teacher, I'd still have been mishitting the balls. But I didn't. I had a really good tennis teacher who improved my game with astonishing rapidity. If all we have is what we were taught, there's no choice. So we got to be loved and taught new judgments, true ones. Those other ones are lies. So, yes, first it's about love, the first of the pair that we've shown before. Get into that into the next chapter. And then it's learning new choices. So we're going to get to how Amanda can feel loved, and you too. We are. But for the moment, we're going to learn new choices. What about choices? Our choices are responses. It's the last of event, judgment, feeling, reaction. Now, this gets a little tricky. So event, judgment, feeling, reaction. If all we have is what we were taught, then the last one, reaction, is just an automatic response. If we learn true judgments, then our reactions become genuine choices. Hallelujah. And finally, and our choices follow our feelings, which depend on our judgments. Again, they're all interrelated. If the judgment is that we're going to be hurt, we are automatically afraid. That's not a choice. If you have a tiger leaping in the air toward you with fangs bared and claws out, you don't stop and think, no, I wonder if I should be afraid or just finish reading my book. No, it's an immediate fear, just follows instantaneously. How we believe and feel determines how we choose. Amanda has a judgment or belief that she doesn't realize she has. She actually has several judgments. We named just 3. She believes that she has no choice, and in her world she doesn't, because she only has those 3 judgments, which are lies. And those three judgments lead to feelings of impatience and anger and irritation. And then after those feelings, immediately comes an involuntary poof reaction. That's normal in her world. It's normal in almost all of our worlds. That's just really sad. Almost everybody believes what you're seeing on the slide. That when an event occurs, we just react. That's why we say, he made me angry. You make me angry. The rain made me angry. We think it goes from event to reaction, and we just skip the judgment and feeling because nobody's ever taught us any different. Well, how mindless is that? It turns us into the equivalent of human billiard balls. That's what billiard balls do. Pool balls. They just react. I know that if I use the cue and if I hit the cue ball in a certain way and it hits the ball I'm aiming at a certain angle and with a certain amount of spin, I know where the ball's going to go. All it can do is react. It's not like it gets hit by the cue ball and goes, so what do you think? You want to go left, right? Do you want to go in the pocket? Not. No, it just reacts because there's no choice. Do we human beings who claim to have free will want to behave like billiard balls? Do we want to be demoted to rocks? And yet, ironically, while we claim to be sentient beings, to have consciousness, and therefore to make conscious decisions, we often simultaneously claim to be as stupid as billiard balls, just reacting. Examples. Somebody says, quote, my mother said something unkind and that just made me angry. End quote. Billiard ball. Or my child won't pick up toys after playing with them and that's just so frustrating. Billiard ball. My friend was late to pick me up. That is just so irritating. Billiard ball. You really want to spend your life being a billiard ball? We go straight from events to feelings or reactions, usually straight to reactions. So again, it goes event, judgment, feeling, reaction. But on this slide, look what we do. We go straight from event to anger, which is a reaction. It's also a feeling, but the feeling before the feeling of anger is always fear. So anger is actually a reaction. How crazy and foolish would it be to spend life just reacting and making no choices? No, instead, let's do this. Let's recognize that this thing we've been taught from birth, that event goes straight to anger, is a lie. It's a profound lie. It causes wars. It causes racism. It causes hate. And it's destroying us. We're fussing about school shootings, which matter, global warming, which matters. We're fussing about every secondary or tertiary issue in the world and missing the primary one, that we don't actually make choices. And until we do, all these secondary and tertiary problems are going to continue because we're mindless billiard balls. Let's look at some other examples. We say things like criticism irritates us. Snakes are scary or make us afraid. Rain is so annoying and inconvenient when we're outside on a walk or having a picnic or whatever. Our boss is frustrating and irritating. Just look at those four. Something you're afraid of, it rained, criticism, your boss, easily a third of conversations that are happening right now in the food court involve one of those or more. That's how often we talk about how things happen to us, and then we just respond. It's a lie. We have to see it. We have to. It's not true. How do we know it's not true? Because if we place two different people in the same circumstance, we can, and often do, get a different result. If a thing makes us angry, well, then the thing would make everybody angry. But it doesn't. Viktor Frankl wrote a book, Man's Search for Meaning, and he described how in concentration camps, well, surely if somebody has put you in a concentration camp and you're living in a hole, sleeping in your own excrement and dying of starvation, surely that would make you angry. Surely. I mean, that's got to be an exception. No? He described how it made some people angry, it made some people sad, it made some people depressed, and it made some people more loving. Can you imagine that? That there were people who were being treated like this by the guards, and they looked at the guards with compassion and pity. I actually spoke to a man in France who had survived Auschwitz, and he said, I lost my wife and my children and my parents and everybody I knew in that concentration camp. And he said, I'm happy for the experience. Now, keep in mind, I teach unconditional love, and still I went, excuse me? Explain that to me. He said, if that hadn't happened, I would not have become the loving and confident and caring person that I am today. That's astonishing. He made a choice. People don't make us anything. If you're standing on a train track and you get hit by a train, then the train does make you move. But our feelings are not determined by other people and things. So let's go through those examples that I just gave and show that we can change the feeling. Criticism is irritating. Well, I'll just use myself just for fun. Most of the time, not always, I find criticism very useful information about what I need to improve. I taught surgery in medical school for years. And as I would point out how a student, a surgeon, was doing something less than effective, they would very often say, oh, thanks for showing me that, because it enabled them to be better surgeons. Some people say, well, snakes are scary. I find snakes just delightful. They're clean. They don't shed on the whole. Yes, they shed their skins a couple times a year, but it's really a pretty clean process, and you don't find hair all over the house. They don't stink hardly at all. They eliminate pests that would otherwise overwhelm the outdoors or come in the house. One day I was at the house and I heard a scream. And I went and found somebody who'd outside who was standing next to a snake and screaming and trembling. Well, that's because of what they'd been taught. A little surprising that they wouldn't move away from the snake, but the snake was shaking its tail, and they were afraid that they were going to be killed by a rattlesnake. So I just caught it and picked it up. Now, don't catch and pick up a snake in a place where there are poisonous snakes unless you know what you're doing, but I've done this many times. And with a gloved hand, held the snake's head right at the neck and looked, and I saw that there was no indication. There's a certain indication where we live here that a snake is poisonous. It's a pit on the face. It didn't have a pit. Sometimes you can't tell the difference between a poisonous snake and, like, say, a rat snake. And I saw that it didn't have a pit, and I just threw it down and let it go. And I said, if you'd like to, you're welcome to pick it up. Well, they didn't really want to pick it up, so I caught it again and at least gave him the experience of petting a snake. It was really fun to watch. They were really tentative, but the more they petted the snake, the more their judgment of the snake changed. And then when I let the snake go again, right at their feet, their feelings were different. Notice we changed the judgment. The event was the same. Snake. Same event. Judgment was different. Snake wasn't going to hurt them. They weren't afraid. They just watched the snake go away. Everything changes with the judgment. People say rain is so annoying and inconvenient when we're walking outside. I work outside all the time, and I love working outside. Cools me down in the hot Georgia weather, keeps my gardens alive, gives us rivers and lakes. If I want to dig a ditch and make the flow of the ditch right, I want it to be raining, because the water immediately shows me what downhill is, which is pretty difficult to do if you're looking for just a slight slope and it's not raining. Or the phrase, our boss is frustrating and irritating. I've had a lot of bosses, and on the whole, I'm grateful that he hired me in the first place, and that he does all the administrative and bossy stuff that, frankly, I hate doing. Notice, we just took things that people would almost universally agree with, statements, and changed them all with what? The truth, with truer judgments. If I react, or anybody reacts, profoundly differently to the same things you hate, then the thing itself cannot be provoking your negative reaction. This applies to almost every person and situation. What's the real difference? You are making judgments that lead to the reaction, whereas somebody else would make a different judgment, and that changes the feeling and the reaction completely. Another way that we know that things and people don't make us angry, afraid, whatever. The proof is that I have watched people change their reactions. Well, like the snake lady. Thousands of times. From fear to peace. From confusion to confidence. From attacking to helping, like in the drowning story. This is proof that it is not the thing or the person we react to. Our reactions and our feelings are based on our judgment, which is almost always taught to us involuntarily when we were children. So how is it possible to change this lie that events make us get angry or defend ourselves or whatever? Well, we're back to event, judgment, feeling, reaction again. And I've already given you several examples with the snake and with the Amanda, the mother, and with other people. Events are going to happen to us. They always will. Our judgments were taught to us when we were children, and we're not even aware that they're operating. Like the lady who was screaming about the snake, she wasn't aware that she was taught that snakes were scary, which she told me later, by her mother. That's why she was screaming, because of her judgment, not the snake. We change the judgment, our feelings change, and the reactions change. Everything changes. So the lady with the snake, what did she have to learn to do? Make the snake go away? Poof, snake evaporator? No, the snake's still there. Change her reaction. So she's terrified of snakes. Would it have worked for me to just come along and go, stop that, quit being afraid? No, she would have continued to scream. Would it have helped for me to say, stop jumping up and down, which was a reaction to her feeling, which was fear? No, that wouldn't have helped. But as I changed her judgment, everything changed. Now, back to Amanda again. Amanda interacting with her kids is pretty much the same as the woman who interacted with the snake. In order to change her choices, Amanda needs to change her judgments. It's the judgment we change. She can't just, well, I guess she could shoot her kids and bury them in the backyard. That would change the event, and there'd be no arguing. But once the judgment changes, everything else does. So how does she do that? How do you do that? First, you recognize the judgments. I showed you how to do that with the drowning person. The first step was recognizing that you were judging him to be an inconvenient annoyance, possibly that he was even trying to ruin your day. You didn't recognize your judgment until you saw that he was drowning. You didn't recognize your judgment at all, that you were making one until you saw that it was wrong. But then you recognized that you were wrong. And what we want to learn to do is to recognize our judgments before our feelings and responses spiral out of control. That's what happens. An event happens, events happen constantly all around us every day. We make a judgment because we were taught it, and then it just goes, it's a cascade. It just goes judgment, feeling, reaction, and we're done. How many times have you been in a conversation and things have gone from okay to in the toilet in 6 seconds? So we need to learn to recognize our judgments before that all spirals out of control. Recognize our judgments earlier and earlier. So how? If you're having an emotional response to something, in this case, your child, we'll practice learning together that you've already made a judgment before the feeling. That's how we do it. As soon as you get to a feeling, I'm annoyed at this kid, I'm feeling impatient, unless you understand the role of changing your judgment, you're already too late, because the feeling is going to lead to a reaction. The reaction is almost always bad, which is going to lead to a bad reaction from the child, which is going to lead to another event on your part, which you're going to judge. You get in the picture? It's a swirling mess. It's like a tornado. So what you're doing here with recognizing your judgment earlier is understanding that something came before your feeling. Feelings don't just happen to you. They're not caused by other people or things. Now, how would this look for Amanda? And more importantly, for you in whatever specific circumstance you find yourself in. So let's go back to Amanda and the kids. Amanda feels annoyed that the kids are fighting in the next room. Well, there's our alert. Bingo. Feeling. The feeling tells you that a judgment has already taken place. That feeling sparks her, because she and I have been talking about this now, and you and I have been talking about this now. The feeling sparks her to think, finally, after all these years, and after lots of teaching and practice, sparks her to think, what is my judgment? What's the judgment that's going on before this feeling? That I would be annoyed. Instead of thinking about how those stupid kids are making me mad again, which has never helped anybody. It just repeats over and over with no yield except unhappiness for the kids and Amanda, who go round and round like watching a dryer go round and round. Judgment. I see my children, this is her old judgment, as an inconvenience, which is a little embarrassing to see your own children that way, but we do. I see them as disobedient, as troublesome, as difficult, or as I said to one mother one day, oh, I understand now. You see your children as problems, not as opportunities to love. She wept. But that's what Amanda was doing. She's seeing them as problems. To see something as a problem is a judgment. That's not a feeling. Seeing something, analyzing it, assessing it as a problem. And this is the norm in most families when children are loud, arguing, whatever. And because it has become the norm, we accept it as healthy or okay. We'll talk about changing this, but first, recognize awareness before solving. Awareness is just a matter of shifting your thinking, recognizing the feeling, and then looking at the judgment. It's not harder work. I want to keep emphasizing that parenting children in a loving and teaching way isn't harder. Second thing, realize, this is after recognizing our judgment, realize that we always have a choice. If we think someone is making us frustrated, disappointed, angry, whatever, well, then we're pretty stuck, aren't we? Because people are going to come out of the woodwork and circumstances are going to occur and it's going to rain and stuff's going to happen. And we're just always going to be billiard balls just bouncing around the table because things are hitting us. They will always make us whatever. I was passing by a room one day and two of my kids were arguing early on before we learned to do any of this. And one of them said, I don't remember which child, but child B, says child A, made me angry. And I said, well, then come on with me. Let's get in the car. Let's go let's go to Lowe's. The kid looked at me with a really peculiar look and said, for what? I said, well, let's just go to Lowe's and we'll get a little ring with a little gap in it. You can buy those, a special kind of link, actually. And then we'll get a chain and we'll put the link in your nose and fasten the chain to it, and we'll give it to your sister, child B, and then she can just lead you around by the nose. You claim that she makes you everything anyway, so let's just formalize it. Now she can just lead you around by the nose all day long. He didn't think that was nearly as funny as I do, but that's how we live. Blaming other people and being chained through the nose by their behaviors. We just react all day long. But if we realize we have a choice, we can sometimes stop that whole cascade of event, judgment, feeling, reaction, which happens just about that fast. We can stop the cascade of events to anger simply by recognizing that we can choose differently. Use whichever phrase works for you. There's a judgment that precedes my feeling. Or, wait a minute, I can choose differently, which will prompt you to remember that you've already made a judgment. Whatever works, but it doesn't go from event, boom, to anger. That's not the case. You won't realize this easily until you've learned to choose differently a bunch of times. Can't tell you how often people have said to me, I didn't know how often I did this until I stopped. I've known people who've used addictive drugs, cocaine, whatever, and said, I didn't realize that I was an addict. You'd think it would be obvious if you used cocaine every day, but no, we get accustomed to things. I didn't realize I was an addict until I went to quit and discovered how difficult it was. We need to establish new habits, and then it becomes easier and easier to choose different judgments. We don't have more choices. In other words, we just react involuntarily until after we learn more choices. And we're going to talk more about seeing different choices. So it's not just event anger. What is it then? We need to learn to see clearly. I alluded to this earlier when I used the word awareness. Just be aware. Very often people will call and they'll describe to me this apparently complicated series of events and conversations that just wind and twist until it looks like a ball of yarn in the garage that's been there for 30 years. And I just say, slow down. Now, in one sentence, where did this start? What happened? Until they get aware of where this started. It started with a feeling, at least that's how it feels to them. And then they realize, there was a judgment before that. Learn to see clearly. It's one of the most important reasons that I'm here teaching you right this minute. I can help you to see clearly instead of just reacting to events. You can learn to see your children clearly. You can learn to see yourself clearly. Oh, it's So much better. We don't put up with poor visibility on our windshields. We actually have a little automatic apparatus that gets rid of the rain so we can see. And yet we're satisfied with seeing very unclearly, no headlights, in the dark with the rain pouring down, and making subsequent judgments. Seeing clearly is pretty important. An example, the drowning man. Again, your children are drowning too. They're in pain from not feeling loved. They suffer from the I don't love you wound. So do we. From our childhood, we suffer from that wound. We must see this before we can change our judgments. Now, Amanda, and you, seeing clearly is the same thing, just said in a different way, as making a new judgment. If you see things clearly, your judgment will become true. If you are overreacting to something, pretty much by definition, your judgment is not true. You're reacting to the past. So I taught her everything that I've taught you in this first chapter, that her anger and impatience were not her fault, that they came from her own reactions to wounds of her childhood, wounds that she did not inflict on herself, hence not her fault, from her own PCSD. It's much easier to do that, to see all of this, when we're not distracted by fear. And you get a sense of that as you listen just to the tone of my voice. I'm not afraid. I'm not worried that you won't get this. And you may not have even been aware of it. But just as fear, it spreads like a fire, not being afraid is like putting a fire out. So you feel calmer about learning this as you can see that I have confidence that you can learn it. You become less afraid. Next step in changing our judgments. Get loved. When we feel unconditionally loved, it is the greatest treasure in our lives. Inconveniences are no longer annoying. They're just inconvenient. I get in a line and discover that the guy ahead of me has 20 times more items in his basket than it says in the sign above him. And I go, well, I'll either wait longer here, or I'll go to another line, which may very well be longer. We seem to have an innate, sense to find the longest line. Inconveniences are just minor events. Because we feel loved, we have what we really need. So everything else becomes minor by comparison. In that condition of fearlessness, it's so much easier to change judgments. And we'll be getting to how you can achieve this condition. We're going to be talking in the very next chapter about how you can acquire this love. Once you change your judgment, the rest becomes incredibly easier. Event, judgment, feeling, reaction. Now, let's make this really practical. Let's make up an event. Someone, a child in this case, since we're talking about parenting, speaks or behaves in a way that could be construed as disrespectful, demanding, refusing. A child speaks. That's the event. You make a judgment. I'm being attacked or pushed. Because in all of your life, an event like that has meant that you were being attacked or pushed. You didn't make up this judgment. This judgment was given to you from the time that you were born. As soon as you feel like you're being attacked, the next thing is automatic. What's the feeling? Fear. You're being attacked. Somebody's coming at you with a knife. You don't choose fear. You're just afraid. Poof, that happens next. And once you're afraid, the reaction becomes pretty automatic too. Could be anger, Could be victimhood, could be withdrawal, could be depression, could be addictions, whatever it is you've learned or whatever it is you have found to be effective. If you stay with the same judgment, I'm being attacked or pushed, you're dead. Because then you're getting a zip right through the cascade of feeling and reaction, and then a reaction leads to another terrible event, and then you're going to have to, of course, make a judgment about that. And it just goes round and round, just like the swirling of a toilet. But if you change the judgment in yourself, and as you become more practiced, help your child change their judgment, oh, what a win. I mean, this is the jackpot. If you don't change the judgment, you lose. You lose big time, as we've been describing amply up to this point. A major judgment is involved almost always in cases where things go particularly badly. And the judgment is what? There is something wrong with me. I am defective in some way. Or another way to say that is, I'm not lovable, which is the kind of unavoidable conclusion that you would come to from the many times in your life that you have not been unconditionally loved, which would be roughly how many times? 80,000 as a minimum. If you include every eye roll, every tone of voice, every posture, every I don't love you, which translates to I'm not lovable, which translates to I am defective. That's a pretty terrible way to walk around and live. How do we change that? That's a judgment. We're going to talk a lot more about that in the next chapter when we talk about how you can find love. But for now, I can tell you this. This may not even make sense to you at first, but I've alluded to it several times in this chapter. I care about you. This isn't just a job. This is a life mission. I care about how you do as a parent. When you're a happy parent, you're a happy person. Your child becomes happy. You change the world around you. That's just thrilling and exciting. And I'm thrilled for you because it's very likely that you and I will never meet. And that as a result of your loving your child, my life will be directly impacted in no way. So I care about you. Another way to say that is, I love you. And we've talked about that. How could I possibly love you if I haven't met you? Everybody's lovable because they breathe. Every baby who is born is worth loving. We talked about finding a baby on the side of the road and there's no adult present. You would immediately pick the baby up and calm the child until he stopped crying. Why? Because we all have an innate urge to love. And everybody around us is innately lovable. I understand that you're in a position as a parent or teacher or leader where you are responsible for the happiness of others, notably little children, or you might have older children who depend on you for their judgments, their feelings of self-worth, and their happiness. I don't know how you get a bigger responsibility than that. I admire what you're doing. I can feel your worth. You have a lot of responsibility and a lot of worth so that you can carry it out. But beyond all that appreciation of what you're doing, I simply love you. I alluded just a second ago to a child being on the side of the road, and I'd forgotten that actually the story that I just alluded to comes right now. So I'm going to tell you this full story. Imagine walking in my neighborhood and you find a baby crying on a pile of leaves at the side of the road, and there's no nearby house. There's no other person around who could be identified as a parent or caretaker. What would you do? Virtually without exception, I know almost nobody who wouldn't do this. You would pick the child up. This is a child all by himself. It's an infant crying. You would hold the child close to your chest in a way that we hold children. My grandchildren used to refer to it. They would run up to me. I had one little grandson who would tear his shirt off, not up, tear his shirt off, and run up to me and wrap his arms around me and squeeze me and say, "More skin." Children love to be touched. And you would touch this child for as long as it took until the child stopped crying. You'd look for a possible relative. You might knock on doors. You might call the police, whatever. It might turn into quite an effort, but you would do whatever it took. You wouldn't just go, baby on the side of the road. Well, tough beans. Why do you do it? Why would you do all this for a crying baby who could never do anything for you in return? Because you care about the baby and his happiness. It's an innate quality. Because you're paid to take care of the baby? Because there will be newspaper publicity? Unlikely. Because he has a good job or good grades or a good pedigree, or you've looked at his passport, or you know what his net worth is. Ridiculous. You just care about the child's happiness, without concern for what you receive in return. And that is called unconditional love, or what I call real love. You love the child because he breathes, and because he needs it, and because you choose to. And it's the same with me loving you. You breathe. You exist. You're worth it. You need it. And I choose to. For all those reasons. Notice you didn't have to work to do any of them. You don't have to earn it. So now, just for a moment, we'll have other opportunities to do this. Just feel that. Feel what it's like to be cared for. Imagine having that feeling all the time. And it turns out we can. Let's try another way of creating a feeling of you being loved. So for this, I ask that you close your eyes just for a couple of minutes and really listen. Closing your eyes is just to cut out the distractions of all the things that you see. That's all. If you're on a train listening to this, or you're in a car listening to this, preferably not driving, we wouldn't want you closing your eyes. Go ahead and listen. But mark the time on the video and listen again when you're alone and it's quiet and you're undistracted. Take a deep breath and slowly blow out all the cares you feel in the world. Allow yourself to sink deep into your chair, or wherever you're sitting, or the bed you're lying on, and relax completely. Feel the tension leave the muscles of your forehead, your temples, your jaw, your neck. Just feel the energy leave your shoulders, arms and hands, your hips, legs, and feet. Find a position where you can do that. Reach out and pluck away the strings that tie you to this world. Worries about your job, the kids, the bills that have to be paid, computers fixed, cars repaired, and float free. So come with me as we take a journey. I take you by the hand, we walk outside, we get in the back of a chauffeur-driven limousine. We're going to a very special place, known to very few people on the planet, and you've been invited there. I tell you about it. We're going to a valley far from here. The valley is surrounded by mountains capped with snow, and below the snow line covered with trees. Life is everywhere. Birds are singing, animals dart in and out of sight. Plants are luxuriant on every side. In the middle of the valley, there's a meadow with high grass, brilliant green, and through it runs a stream, swift, cold, and clear, water so clean from melted snow that you can drop down beside the stream and plunge your face into the water, drinking deeply to your body and soul. Although the beauty of this place is undeniable, we're going there not because of the valley or the mountains, but because of the people who live in the village there. I've been there, so I can tell you that every one of those people feels utterly, unconditionally loved. Because they have this most priceless treasure in all the world, because they feel loved, they are always genuinely, profoundly happy. In this place, there's no fear or anger or contention. No unkind words are ever spoken, not because they're forbidden, but because it would be just unthinkable to these people that such words would ever come to their minds or lips. And they've invited you because they want to share what they have with you. As we drive closer to the village, we talk about what it will be like there. It's almost like discussing a fantasy. You begin to feel a tingle of anticipation that runs from the top of your head to the bottom of your feet. Finally, we turn off the road and onto a dirt path that weaves its way among tall trees that sway in the wind and form a lovely canopy above our heads. You roll down your window to take in the scent of the flowers that are everywhere, carpeting the forest floor, covering the bushes along the road, and hanging from the trees. You begin to see people lined up along the side of the road, and somehow you know that they've been waiting for you. They gesture to you in signs of knowing welcome. Driving out of the forest, we enter the meadow and we see the village at a distance. As we pull up in front of the home where we'll be staying, the doors of the house fly open and people pour out the doors. Down the steps they come and open the door of the limousine. Taking you by the hand, they guide you up the steps of the house. It all feels so different from anything you've known that you can scarcely feel your feet touch the ground. As you enter the house, you're greeted by light from every window and a smile from every face. You can even smell freshly baked bread from the kitchen in the back. You sense with absolute certainty that the only concern of everyone in that village is your happiness. You know that there is nothing that you need to do to get them to like you. They simply love you as you are now. As you communicate with these new friends, you can see that it doesn't matter to them whether you're smart or pretty or handsome. You're dressed a little differently from everyone else there, but nobody cares. Nobody stares. Nobody makes a comment. You have an inner certainty that they truly don't care if you say something stupid or if you make mistakes. It finally and powerfully occurs to you that it's impossible to be embarrassed or ashamed around these people because they love you no matter what you say or do. Feeling safe and peaceful, you begin to tell them about your life from the beginning. You tell them about your mistakes, your fears, your flaws, your foolishness, and your successes. You tell them about the whole thing, and they understand it all. They love it all. They love you. They laugh and they cry with you. You have never felt this loved in all your life, nor this happy. Feel it. Allow their love to seep into your skin, your muscles, your bones. Allow it to fill your soul. Float in a warm, sweet, clear ocean of their love. This is our entire reason to be alive. To feel this way, to feel this loved. You could stay in this place forever. You spend all the rest of the day talking, laughing, and playing with these people. You wish you could spend the rest of your life there. Finally, though, the day comes to a close and we have to go. Reluctantly, we get back in the car and start traveling back to where you live. On the way here, we talk about the peace and power you experienced with these people in the village, how much you enjoyed feeling accepted and loved by the people there. Finally, you arrive back in your seat where you started. You settle in. You feel the energy return to your feet, legs, hips, hands, arms, shoulders. You feel the life come back to the muscles of your neck, jaw, temples, and forehead. You take another deep breath and prepare to come back to this time and place. And as you open your eyes, you realize that that which you just visualized, that which you saw and felt in your mind, you can create in this time and in this place. It's not just a dream. It's something you're working toward now. Now, earlier I talked about event, judgment, feeling, reaction. And I said that the element that we can most control in that process is judgment, our judgments of others and of ourselves. So we're back to the question, how do you change your judgments of the world, including yourself? Feel loved. Notice that while you were taking care of the baby, you didn't worry about your bank account or what other people thought of you or whether you were defective. Notice that while you were with the people in the village, it was the same. No fear, no anger, no judgment about you being lacking in some way, no anger, and yet, while you were loving the baby and while you were being loved in the village, while you felt loved by me as I've been talking, all of the inconveniences and conflict and ugliness of the world had not changed. It's all still there. Your boss, your spouse possibly, your kids, whatever sources of stress you have carried around with you for so long, all of which have created an image within you that you were somehow defective and just inherently unhappy. All wrong judgments. While you felt loved, even in these situations that are admittedly imaginary mostly, you had no fear or anger or negative judgments, all without the world around you changing. So we just proved that you can feel loved right now. And in the next chapter, I'll give you many other ways to confirm this feeling. Let me give you some real life examples of changing judgments and how that changes everything else. Well, we've already started giving examples and already started describing how it's done. I've shown you what it can feel like for you to feel loved. Let's look at a couple of real life examples of how that feeling can change judgments and everything else. I know a woman, Valerie, who spent a lifetime being criticized, yelled at, and emotionally ignored by both her parents, mostly being ignored by her father. That is the perfect ground for sprouting PCSD. which of course Valerie demonstrated for the rest of her life. When I met her at about age 40, all of her life, she thought she was making choices, usually bad choices, but it turns out she wasn't making choices at all. What was really happening? Old events in the past formed old judgments. So if you're assaulted frequently enough and told you're not lovable, if you hear the "I don't love you" wound enough times, then you develop the judgment that everything that comes at you is going to be painful. You're going to be hurt. So old events led to old judgments. And as soon as you form the judgment, I'm lacking, I'm defective, I'm not lovable, then the old feelings were fear, emptiness, pain, which led to her old reactions, which were varied, but included attacking and anger and running and withdrawal and depression and near suicide and on and on. That sequence, old events, old judgments, old feelings, old reactions, explains our entire past. Over and over, we just reacted and reacted and reacted like billiard balls bouncing endlessly around a table, going nowhere, accomplishing nothing, and being nothing. And that's where Valerie's life was. Nowhere. She felt like nothing because all she'd ever done was react to whatever ball or rock or event or person happened to her. What a terrible way to live. It also explains our present because it goes like this. An event happens in the present. We'll call it a new event, even if we've had it before. A new event occurs which is in some way similar to old events, which it pretty much always is. When somebody tells you that they disapprove of you or dislike you or that you're defective in some way in the present, the similarity to the past times that you were told that is, well, striking. In fact, they aren't just identical. So you experience an event in the present, we'll call it new, which immediately connects to all the old events. It just fits in that old puzzle just like that, which then does what? Immediately leads to the old judgments, which lead to the old feelings, which lead to the old reactions. And this is why we are triggered all day long in the present. Even though the events seem to be new, they trigger us because they're similar to the old events, and we just cascade right through that old sequence of event, judgment, feeling, reaction from the past in seconds. It's an endless loop of PCSD. It's depressing even to think about. So what judgment did Valerie form of the world from how she was treated? She was told that she wasn't worthwhile and that she wasn't lovable in 1,000 different ways. So the judgment she formed from all those events, this enormous mountain of events, the judgment she formed was that the world is harsh, demanding, painful, ugly, critical, lonely, terrifying. What judgment did she form of herself? That she was defective, that she was unloving, that she was incapable, that she was worthless. So take a guess how her relationships went. Not real hard to imagine, huh? Every single time an event happened in a relationship with anybody, I don't necessarily mean an exclusive relationship like a spouse or a partner, but every time somebody spoke to her with anything other than perfect tenderness and compassion, which happened to her, as far as she could recall, never. There was always some measure of criticism and attacking in the way that people talked to her. And that's true for most of us. She made all the judgments about herself that we've already discussed. Once she made those judgments, what happened? The feelings that she experienced were immediately pain, emptiness, fear. And then the reactions follow immediately. She would defend or argue or both, get angry, withdraw, or all of them, all the qualities making relationships impossible for her and for the rest of us with boyfriends, coworkers, bosses, children, everybody. So she was all by herself. Emotionally, she was by herself if she was surrounded by 1,000 people at a concert. How do you change these judgments? The only thing that, remember, judgments are formed by a big ball, a big mountain of events. You're worthless, you're worthless, you're worthless, you're worthless. You're told this by the people around you. Those are events. You did this badly, you did it wrong, the tone of voice. Well, eventually you form the judgment that you really are worthless. The judgment came from events. If you want to change the judgment, you have to experience new events. As we did just in moments with you during the visualization. Now, some people can't even do that visualization. They can't picture a place that's like that. They can't do it. The world has been so ugly, it's not possible. But for most people, for just a moment or two, as they're greeted by the people in that perfectly beautiful place, by people who have perfectly beautiful and loving souls, everything changes. As those people loved you, as I loved you, because remember, I was with you as we went to this valley and visited these people in the village. As you felt compassion toward the lost baby, your judgments changed. During and after those events, what was your judgment? Your judgment was, the world needs love. Obviously, you need love. More important, love is possible. That's not a judgment most of us carry around because of the way we've been treated. But when you're in those circumstances, loving a baby and being loved like a baby, you may not have been aware that you had that judgment, but you almost certainly did. Just even for a moment is everything. One moment of understanding that love is possible is priceless, because if you feel it once, you realize you can do it again. You judged that love feels good. With those judgments, how do you feel? Oh, goodness. As you feel loved and cared for and accepted, you feel soft, loving, gentle, tender, compassionate, forgiving. Your reactions? You relax. You set down all your weapons of war that have been designed from birth to defend yourself. You don't need to defend yourself with the people in the village. You care for a baby you've never met. You feel peace. You feel joy. So how did Valerie change her judgments? She talked to me extensively for weeks, every day, sometimes multiple times a day. I introduced her to other people who are committed to loving her, as we will be doing for you. Her judgments changed. Her reactions changed. She felt loved. She became loving and responsible. And the inevitable result of those three conditions, loved, loving, and responsible, was, and always is, happiness. We talked about that in chapter zero, we'll call it, the sales page. She said this, quote, "I feel invincible when I feel loved. Nobody can take this love from me. So I'm free to choose, to make my own choices instead of just reacting to what other people do. It is a miracle." End quote. Did you hear that? This is a woman who was just miserable and alone and weak and just awful looking in her pain. And she says, "I feel invincible when I feel loved." As a bonus, when Valerie changed her judgments, other people changed their judgments of her. It's kind of unavoidable. She became a different person, so of course they changed their judgments of her. And their feelings toward her changed, as did their reactions. Everybody wins. Most important to you, Valerie changed her judgments of her children so that instead of seeing them as inconvenient and disobedient and snotty, she saw them as drowning. And she learned to love and teach them in ways that we're going to be talking about for the next 8 chapters. It was a miracle. It can be a miracle for you. All you need to do is to be consistent and be willing. Another example of changing judgments. Katie and her teenage daughter. One day, her daughter, who had a history of being pretty snotty, got into the car. They were preparing to go to school. And she was just grumpy. The teenage daughter was. In the past, because of how her mother was raised with no real love whatever, this is Katie, her judgments were this when her daughter would get in the car and she'd be all grumpy. And if you have a teenager, you've seen grumpiness or you're not alive. Her judgments would be, this bratty child just turns the sky dark everywhere she goes. She is so negative. She sucks the oxygen out of the car. She's so ungrateful. I get up early to take her to school so she doesn't have to take the school bus. And I get what? A nasty attitude, never gratitude. I've told her that nobody likes her grumpiness, so she has to stop it. What does this child have to be grumpy about? She's got a home, she's got a car, she's got her own iPhone, she's got school, she's got 2 parents. And lastly, after all of that, if she behaves like this, then I'm a defective mother, just as I have been a defective person and daughter all my life. Now, after all those judgments, what feelings would you imagine follow or have followed for Katie? Discouragement, irritation, impatience, pain, and fear, all of which her teenage daughter would then feel as messages of, I don't love you. Take discouragement. Even if the discouragement wasn't directed by Katie at her daughter, it nonetheless just sucks the light and air out of the car. Poof, it's gone. And the child is in a vacuum. It's like being attacked. So what was the reaction of Katie to all of these feelings? Anger, criticism of her daughter, sometimes yelling at her daughter because she was grumpy. And you can imagine if you've got a teenage child who's already grumpy and you're angry, critical, and yelling, the grumpiness just gets worse. And then, of course, all of the judgments and feelings and reactions of Katie, the mother, got worse. When we don't like how people behave, we respond in ways that tend to make their behavior worse. How ironic. So what can Katie do here? She could, I suppose, just push her daughter out of the moving car and hope that she never returned home. That would be one way to go. That'd be changing the event. But no, what she's got on her hand is a grumpy child. That's the event. So what are we going to do? Change her judgment. As a result of many conversations between Katie and myself and other people, she realized that when her daughter got in the car, that she was being selfish, the mother, and so was the daughter. These are new judgments. And she was seeing her daughter as an inconvenience instead of seeing the opportunity to love and teach her daughter. She was defending herself against the silent accusation that her daughter was making toward her with her silence and her victimhood and her grumpiness. She realized that her daughter was in pain. She realized that her daughter was drowning. That alone would do it. That alone's enough change of judgment. Those changes in her perspective, Katie's perspective, the mother, changed everything. The event was the same. Still got a grumpy daughter over there. But the judgments became vastly different. As I just stated them. What feelings would follow those judgments? My daughter that I brought into the world is drowning. Katie felt immediately compassion, a desire to connect with her daughter, a sadness, some, about an inability in the past to be able to connect with her daughter. She was filled with love for her drowning daughter instead of irritation. Love. She wanted to love and teach her. So those were her feelings. How did she react? Because the reaction immediately follows the feelings. She just sat in the car and she didn't move. She didn't move. She didn't say a thing. And after a minute or so, when the daughter caught on that they weren't moving, she turned to her daughter and she said, "What I taught you that you could do with any child who is whining," which is what her daughter is doing here. It's a version of whining, being grumpy. And I told you in chapter 0 in the sales page that we would be using how you deal with whining for so many other things. So here we've got a grumpy, angry kid, and she just turned to her daughter and she said, English. Just like I said in the last chapter. In exactly the tone I used in the last chapter or the sales page. Because the unspoken grumpiness of her daughter was a combination of whining and anger. The daughter didn't speak at all, which is a way of telling her mother, you can't make me do anything. That's common. And if we don't anticipate that, we'll be stressed. But Mom anticipated that. Katie said, you always have choices. So you can tell me what is bothering you in English, real English, so we can have a conversation. Notice she's not telling her daughter what to do. You can tell me what's bothering you in English, or you can choose not to use your phone for the rest of the day, and you can get out of the car and take the bus, or use your own money to get a taxi to take you to school. You choose in just this tone of voice. Now note the tone of voice. Calm, compassionate, loving, caring. I'm not pretending this. This is how I'm talking to you. But also firm. She wasn't begging her daughter to do anything. No, you can speak in English, or you can experience one or more of the following consequences. You get to choose. This is teaching, loving and teaching with consequences. You follow the rules of the family, one of which is no whining, or you don't get the privileges of the family, one of which is being taken to school, and we'll talk about more privileges later. The daughter decided to stay in the car and explain that she was angry about something that one of her teachers had said. And later in the day, how one of her friends had treated her. That's the day before. Katie, the mother, shared some wisdom about why people behave as they do, that they're in pain and that they're empty and afraid. And her daughter felt so much better, understanding the situations and feeling less helpless, especially being understood by her mother. Now, one different response doesn't change everything. They didn't just suddenly hug each other all the way to school and they never had a problem again. They both had much to learn, but this was a pivotal event. I mean, it had never happened before. It had never happened that Katie had simply decided, I'm going to change my judgment. It was huge. On another occasion after school, Katie had to drive her daughter from school to some event. And on the way there, the daughter said with some snotty tone, I'm late. Do you have to drive that slow? If you have a teenage child, you know this tone exactly, or worse. And so Katie, without saying a thing, just calmly pulled into a parking lot of a store or a mall or whatever. She just pulled into a parking lot. With different judgments, seeing her daughter as drowning, but also needing to change her attitude. The daughter needed to change her judgments so she could be happy for the rest of her life. Katie said, who is driving the car? Now, notice, no tone. The daughter was snotty. Do you have to drive this slow? Well, who's driving the car? If Katie had responded that way, well, then we would just have two 4-year-olds throwing sand at each other in the sandbox. Nobody learns anything. It just turns into a fight and everybody hates each other for the rest of their lives. Who's driving the car? As expected, the daughter didn't answer. So Katie did what she did before. She said, I can sit here in the parking lot. I have my laptop with me. I have some work that I could do. I can wait all day for your answer. And then you'll be very late, as opposed to possibly a little late. So she pulled out her laptop and she simply began to work. No tone, no so there, no punishment, no. We simply don't do whining in this family. The daughter had 2 friends in the car with her. Mother didn't care about that. All she cared about was how could she love and teach her daughter? And she said to her mother, the daughter did, so, well, now they're going to be late too. She figured that her mother would give in to the pressure of 2 kids who might tell their families about her mother's outrageous behavior. And mom said to her daughter, well, that's sad. When you're ready to engage in a civil conversation in English, not whining or snotty, then you let me know, but I have plenty to do here on my laptop. The daughter said, unbelievably, but I'm always like this. In other words, I'm always snotty and whining. And the mother, and that was true. What she was essentially, let me translate that into English for you. When she says, but I'm always like this, she's saying to the mom, I've been snotty and whining all of my life that I can remember, and you never did anything, and now you're suddenly doing something about it? What is wrong with you? You're changing the rules. And Katie, the mother, said, yes, that's true. And it's my mistake that I have allowed that to go without a response, without teaching you until now. But that was then, and this is now. So now I'm loving you and teaching you. Anything that doesn't contribute to happy, we stop and we talk about it. Now notice, this is just like we talked about whining in chapter 0. The daughter realized that a snotty attitude was not going to get her what she wanted, as it always had in the past. So she waited for a while longer, because it's a way of punishing her mother by being sulky and sullen and, quiet. And then she finally said, okay, then just drive. Like, okay, I got the point, so just drive. The mother didn't fall for that. She had heard chapter 0. She had heard the ridiculously effective parenting training, and Katie responded kindly and firmly in just this tone, because she and I had practiced this tone. You're still whining, and you're adding to that being demanding, which is unacceptable. And it's going to cause you trouble now, and it's going to cause you trouble all your life. Would you like to try it again? Now, the daughter was determined to continue manipulating because it had always worked in the past. But her mother just sat there and worked on her computer. The daughter finally, sincerely said, I was impatient and I took it out on you. I was wrong. Would you be willing to drive me to, I can't remember where it is they were going. Now, how did the daughter come up with all that? Because mother had been reading to the daughter out of the parenting book and sitting and watching just for 10 to 15 minutes a day, the parenting training for several months. And during all of these several months, mom kept telling me, this kid isn't listening to anything. And I said, yeah, she is. Just hang on. Hang on. You're going to see one day that she's been listening. And after the daughter caught on that she couldn't manipulate her mother and couldn't speak whine anymore, she said, I was impatient and took it out on you. I was wrong. For many parents, most parents can't even imagine their children speaking in that way. But this girl had been listening to their teaching sessions. Mom loved and taught her, and the daughter learned. It was magical. On another occasion, Katie was asked by her daughter to drive her daughter's friends to the mall. And Katie, having changed her judgments of the past, realizing that her daughter was just feeling empty and afraid to let her friends down, felt compassionate. Now, when I say that the daughter asked to drive her friends to the mall, I mean that the daughter asked to be the primary driver and take her friends to the mall. So mom said, you just got your license, and the state requires that for a year you can't drive more than one person in the car as a passenger anywhere. And you have 3 friends with you, so you can't drive them all to the mall. It's against the law. The daughter responded with a really big time negative tone. Oh, so you're going to be like that? Katie, remembering her judgment that this wasn't about her and that she was a worthwhile mother and that this was a wonderful opportunity to teach her daughter something, said, I'm going to keep the laws of the land. Yes, that's what I've decided to do. And she probably had a small smile and possibly laugh in there, just like I'm having here. Like, you're kidding me. Be like your kid coming to you and saying, would you help me rob a bank? No, I've decided that I don't want to spend my time in jail. So the daughter fussed at her for a good while. Well, but I want to take it. I told my friends I would take them to, you've heard it all, because it had worked in the past. But Katie remembered to love and teach. So she finally said, I tried to explain this to you. I tried to teach you. It didn't work. So now you can live with the consequences, which tend to teach you when the words don't get in your ears, the consequences tend to get in your mind and in your heart. So you still can't drive your 3 friends to the mall because that's illegal. And because you've continued to argue about it with an attitude, now you can't go to the mall at all. The daughter got increasingly angry and victimy, even though the mother had been loving and kind and teaching, but she understood from past episodes of loving and teaching that this wasn't going to do any good. So she started to get angry and victimy, and then she just went, okay. And an argument that in the past would have gone on and on until she got to drive her friends to the mall illegally, the argument was over in less than a minute. All because mom changed her judgment. Interestingly, her daughter had changed her judgment too. The daughter had always judged from past events, which were true then, that her mother was judgmental and critical of her and found her to be an inconvenience, so she was not lovable. Now that the mother was consistently loving the daughter changed her judgment to, mom is loving and teaching me. Do you see it? We change our event, judgment, feeling. We change our judgments first before we can help our children change theirs. And in order to do that, we must be loving. If we're not, they're going to retain the judgment that there's a fight going on and they're going to fight us to the death. This approach of our judgment changing, this changes everything from chaos and arguing and crises to understanding, followed by compassion, accompanied by teaching. It applies to all manner of problems. Like, and if you don't see yourself and one or more of your children in this list, well, you should probably be at another seminar or at another training. Changing our judgments applies to anger, arguing, resistance, snottiness, defiance, ADHD, depression, withdrawal, suicidal thoughts and attempts, addiction to gaming, addiction to smartphone, addiction to other electronic devices, addictions to alcohol, drugs, porn, self-harming, like cutting, a lack of responsibility, like refusing to do chores or complaining or failing in school. We actually changing our judgments has to happen before we can help kids with any of those problems. It all involves love and teach, and it requires a change in judgment on your part. Children are not an inconvenience or a problem. They simply need to be loved and taught. What if we don't change our judgment? Our judgments, because we all have many. Then we're doomed, because we'll just repeat the same unproductive, unloving, and miserable feelings and behaviors. We become robots repeating the same patterns over and over and over again. Earlier, I gave you a quote from Tom Wolfe where he said, everybody everywhere has his own little movie playing, his own scenario, and everybody is acting his movie out in his head like mad. Only most people don't know that that's what they're trapped by, their little script. We just keep acting out the same movie. Do you want to be trapped in a movie, or do you want to create a fulfilling life? The question is really that simple, and it's a binary question, yes or no. You can live a life of just reacting, or you can live a life of choosing, which has endless possibilities. Reacting doesn't. If I roll a billiard ball against another billiard ball, the second ball has no choices whatever. It can only react, and the reaction is predictable. It's a prisoner to reacting. Do you want to be a prisoner, or do you want to be free? That's the question. We are so proud that we're conscious beings, that we make rational decisions, but we don't. We react to fear. In our defense, we don't choose wisely because we don't see the choices that are different from the old ones. All day long, we make binary decisions. We don't realize that. Binary meaning one or two, actually, when it comes to computers, zeros or ones. Yes or no, black or white. People like to say that life is shades of gray, but mostly it's not. Each moment of the day, we make a decision to do something kind or not, tell the truth or not, be loving or not, do something productive or not, judge somebody as an inconvenience or not. We're making these decisions all day long. We get to forks in the road, left or right. But what if the right fork in the road, we could do this on two levels, right as in not left and right as in correct. What if the right fork in the road is completely bricked up? What if it's covered with poison ivy and brambles and weeds and trees have managed to grow in and out of the brick wall? Does that choice, does that path to the right really exist? Not really. If we were in a helicopter, perhaps we could see it, but standing on the road at the fork, all we see is the left fork. And so we keep going left. And if you keep taking the left fork and the left fork and the left fork enough times, you end up right back where you started and you've gone nowhere. And many of us are content to live that way. If we don't see a better choice, if we lack the power to make it, those are two different things. See it, and if we lack the power to make it effectively, the other choice does not exist. We become blind. I practiced medicine for many years, and one of the things that you do during a physical examination sometimes is you tap the tendon of the knee with a little mallet, and if you've been to the doctor's office, you've had this happen. If you tap the patellar tendon, your knee automatically, your leg automatically moves because there's a set of muscles that reacts. It's a reaction. You don't make a choice. It's a really odd reaction. It's just two nerves. There's one nerve that goes from the patellar tendon all the way to the back of the spine, connects with another nerve that goes to the muscle that moves the foot forward. So there are two nerves involved, just two. And it happens so quickly that your leg moves before your brain registers that your knee has been tapped. It's a reaction. And most of us live in that state of reaction emotionally all the time. If I go into the kitchen and I get a fork and I come into the room where you are and I jam it, stab it in your leg and twist it back and forth, I can get you to react. When we're in enough pain, physical or emotional, we just react to eliminate the pain. We don't make wise choices. I was once in a seminar, and as I was talking, I just took a syringe out of a package and put the needle on the syringe, and I just jammed it all the way into my arm, almost to the point where it came out the other side. The entire audience gasped. And I said, in case you wondered, that hurts just about as much as it looks like, because the syringe was wobbling back and forth as I moved and gestured. I said, each of us have thousands of these needles in our body, and the syringes are sticking out. Now imagine that you have thousands of needles, thousands of past wounds, emotional wounds. These needles are these syringes are sticking outside of you, and the needles are sticking in you, and I come to say, give you a hug. You're not going to receive the hug. You're going to react to past wounds, to all the needles that are in your body from head to toe if you have thousands of them. We all have thousands of them, and we just react. We live like that, and so do our kids. When they're fighting in the next room, when they're cutting themselves, when they're depressed, when they're confused, when they're addicted. We do not want to live like that, mindless and miserable. We don't want to live like that. Personally, we don't want our children to live like that. We want to learn to choose, not just react. Now remember, changing our judgments was the second part of this pair. First, feel loved, then learn new choices. That's what we have to do before we can help our children with what they need, which is to feel loved and to learn new choices. First, we have to feel loved and learn new choices. Important. So slow down and hear this. Learning new choices starts with learning new judgments. We've talked about that. Notice that in the examples of Valerie and especially Katie, I taught them new judgments about their world and themselves, and then new judgments about their friends, coworkers, boss, and daughters. That's changing judgments, which also changed their feelings toward everybody around them, including their children. They felt loved. The first of two steps to changing our lives, which is what I'm doing with you right now, loving and teaching. And the two steps we need to take are to feel loved and to learn new choices. Then I taught Katie, for example, new choices for responding to her daughter's tantrums. Choices vastly different from the reactions she'd been having before. But my teaching her words and actions alone would have been useless. Katie had to love and teach. And she did that. She loved her child while she was teaching her daughter. That is what changes our children. We feel loved, we change our judgments, then we can love and teach our children. That's how not complicated this entire process is. Now, back to the first of the two elements of change, feel loved. How do we do this? I've already illustrated some ways. The visualization or meditation, where you are with the people who just accepted and loved you no matter what you did. Picturing the baby on the side of the road, which was loving on your part, but you also felt somehow connected to a higher source of love as you were loving. My love for you as I've been teaching you. As in this case, you are the baby. You don't need to earn it. You experienced love in the drowning metaphor, where you went from angry to caring about this person, even though it's not a genuine story and you haven't actually been in that situation. You experienced a concern for this person's happiness without wanting anything in return. So already in the first chapter, you have felt loved, and we're just starting. When you feel loved, your ability to see everything changes. And we're going to be talking about lots more ways. Here's a letter from a mother who began to accept the unconditional love that she was being offered. I had talked to her by Skype only an hour before she sent me this letter, and she wrote about what she learned. She said, "Every time we talk, I feel more loved. I feel more like I understand what love was meant to be. Like when it seemed like you were reading my mind this morning. You said," and she's talking about what I said to her, "you are not a burden. You're not a project or a duty. I like loving you." End quote, meaning end of the quote that I made to her. Now back to her quote. When you were doing that, I realized how different that was from what I knew as a child. My mother saw it. She said so. She saw loving as one of her many duties, her back-breaking duties, to love her children. She loved us dutifully. Well, who could feel loved when it comes from duty? Continues this woman who's writing me. I recognize the same feeling in me toward my own children. I do the same thing. Loving them is just one more thing on a long list of things I have to check off every day to do. Recognizing this is really helping me. Now I can understand that everybody did their best. I'm not blaming anybody, but I was loved wrong and taught wrong. which gives me hope that I can learn to do this differently. I feel free, like I'm in a new world where I can be happier and learn to love my children because I simply want to, because it's a happier way to live. She concludes her letter to me by saying, "My heart is beating fast and my stomach is churning while I am resettling. This is quite a ride." End quote. As you adjust, you who are listening, to learning how to love your children, you too will feel like you're moving to a new planet. This isn't just marginally different. This is a complete transformation. The rules are different. Things are not as you have known, but they simply work better. You will be happier. So will your children. More and more, gradually, step by step, I'm answering the questions that have been in your mind. That's teaching and learning. How do you change your judgments so you can feel loving? We've been over some of those examples. The baby on the side of the road, the way I speak to you about how you've parented in the past with no judgment, and so on. But there's more, and we're getting there. There's so much more to learn. Relax. It's regrettable, in a way, that in this format, as in books and other ways of teaching, learning is mostly linear. You learn A, then B, and C, and D. You do chapter 1 and chapter 2 and chapter 3, kind of like mathematics, where you learn addition, subtraction, multiply and divide, algebra, trigonometry, then advanced algebra, then calculus. It's linear. It goes in a line. The problem with learning to feel loved and to love your children is that the learning is not linear. Often, something that I will say to you, like Principle A, pick any from the principles that we've talked about so far, is not entirely clear until you understand principles A through Z. Many times people call me and they say, "Now I understood what you told me on the first day." And that's a year later. Until you understand principles A through Z, you don't quite understand A because you don't see how it fits in. Or perhaps even A through Z and double A through double Z. Everything is interconnected. So sometimes you have to hang on just to learn something further down the line before you understand something earlier on, like now. I understand that, and I'll help you through to the end. It's like weaving a tapestry. You may not see the pattern of what's happening in the beginning. You just start weaving the threads, and then eventually they start to interconnect and you see the picture. You're going to often hear me say, "Hang on, we're going to get to that." I'm telling you that I really understand that sometimes you don't quite get a particular principle yet, but you will. It will all connect beautifully. For example, people write or call me every day and say, a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, after you telling me something, I talked to a woman last night, and I've been teaching her the same principle about her young son, easily 20 times. And last night she said, she kind of hung her head with a little embarrassment, which is silly. There's no reason to be embarrassed. She said, "I get it now." She said, "You've probably taught me this at least 10 times. I said, "At least." I was laughing with her, not at her. I learned the same thing when I was in medicine. They start teaching you principles in the beginning that you don't really understand the application of for possibly a year or 2 or 3 or 10 later. With practice in real life, we can also often process a bunch of things at one time. So while we're learning sometimes linearly, we're learning A and D and Z all at the same time. This training is like putting together a 2,000-piece puzzle. Those of you who have done puzzles know that that's a lot of pieces. if we could put together ahead of time, before we started, 1,999 pieces, then the last piece would be easy. But this training can't be like that. Each time I speak, in each segment, I'll give you a few pieces. We'll begin to fit some of them together. I'll tell you some real-life stories, which is like finding some of the edge pieces so that we can define some of the borders of the overall picture. In the puzzle, we'll put together maybe a grove of trees over here in one place, a log cabin in another, a wisp of smoke in another, clouds, a meadow, a horse. Sometimes that you're going to think, this just isn't all falling together. Oh, we're going to keep going because it will. Then the sections start to fit together. Sometimes you'll think I'm repeating myself, but it's a little different each time because it's a different context. It's a different connection to other principles, just like with a puzzle. If you look at a 2,000-piece puzzle, if it's like many puzzles, there's 200 pieces over here that all look blue. And you're going to think sometimes that I keep saying blue, blue, blue. But it's blue with a different tone. It's blue with a wisp of cloud through it. It's a darker blue. It's not repetition. We're building a sky. We're building a new world. That's what we're doing with parenting. And eventually it all starts to fall together and you'll see it all. You'll be able to throw the last 50 pieces in as fast as you can pick them up. That's the fun part, actually, for me, of building a big one. But for now, we have to describe one piece and then another, and then put them roughly where they need to go. And sometimes we'll discover we put them in the wrong place. And then we'll begin to fit them together. And the more you learn about Principle C, the better you'll understand Principle A. And sometimes you'll think you understand Principle A, and then you'll go back and you'll listen to that section again, and you'll go, I missed the whole point. We talked about in the beginning of this chapter that learning to be a parent is much like building a car from scratch, from like iron ore, and from unmolded plastic, and from silica to make glass, and so on. We're getting there. Hang on. By the end of our time together, you'll know so much more than you ever did before. You already do. You already know more than you think. The application comes with practice. Eventually, you'll learn how to respond in a loving and productive way to whatever it is that your child does, just like the parents have in the couple of chapters that we've already done. You'll learn how to deal with a child who is angry, arguing, and resistant, or has ADHD, or is depressed or withdrawn, or has suicidal thoughts, or has made suicidal attempts, or is addicted to gaming or smartphones or other electronic devices, or has addictions to alcohol, drugs, or porn, or all of them, or who is cutting or is otherwise self-harming, or who has no sense of responsibility and just seems lost in life. I'm teaching you the principles of parenting. As I talk about Katie and her difficult teenager, or Amanda and her younger children, or other parents yet to come, I'm describing principles. And in addition, specific approaches to problems that you will have or are having with your child, no matter what the overall description of your child might be. All these children whine, all of them, every one of those problems that I described, children who are bulimic, other eating disorders, depressed, addictions to whatever, they all have things in common. They all whine. Some of them began to whine and quit, or they sulk, or they're demanding, or they argue, or they get angry. And we've described both principles you need to learn and principles and actions that will help your child. Already in one chapter. Actually, 2 if you include chapter 0. There is much yet to learn, but not all at once, not yet. For now, we learn one thing after the other. Relax. We're getting there. It's going to get more and more effective and fun. So what have we talked about in this one chapter? We've talked about the need for real love and what it's like to live without it. It's really not living. It's just reacting. We've talked about parenting being the most important job in the universe, but possibly the one for which we receive the least training. We've talked about interpreting the behavior of children, not just listening to their words, and learning what they need, which is to be loved and taught. We've defined real love or unconditional love, what every child needs most, but tends not to receive. We've talked about the primary wound in every child. We've talked about post-childhood stress disorder. We've talked about how the behavior of children is almost always secondary to their pain, fear, and emptiness. We've discussed how you can learn to love and teach your children after you feel loved and change your judgments. And lastly, that we can learn to make real choices and be alive instead of just reacting to our pain. That's a lot to learn. That's the end of chapter 1, and soon we'll begin chapter 2.